We need to cook. I don't. I always play solo. I never live streamed the hidden ending. By the way, don't forget to unsubscribe.
Hey, so tonight we're gonna... talk about what it was really like to be a caveman. And I mean really like, not the cartoon version with clubs and grunting, but the actual day-to-day life of people who lived 25,000 years ago. Oh, and if you're enjoying these stories, I'd really appreciate a like or subscribe. Super curious where you're all listening from, so drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. Always blows my mind how people are falling asleep to this all over the world. Alright, find that cozy spot, take a nice slow breath, and just let your body sink into whatever you're lying on. We're heading back to the Paleolithic period, and trust me, you're going to be real grateful for that mattress by the time we're done. So congratulations, you just woke up in a cave 25,000 years ago. The first thing that hits you is the cold, not just chilly, bone-deep, teeth-chattering cold that makes your muscles clench. You're lying on what feels like the world's worst camping gear, bunches of sedge grass and rushes that someone carefully arranged into a sleeping mat. It's scratchy. Really scratchy. These grass stems poke through whatever animal skin you've pulled over yourself, and every time you shift, they crinkle and rustle like nature's most uncomfortable cereal. Your nose fills with smells that are just intense. Wood smoke, yeah, but also something musty and earthy from the cave walls, the leftover scent of cooked meat from last night's meal mixing with the sharper smell of unwashed human bodies. There's this underlying funk of animal fat that's been used for waterproofing and warmth, plus something green and plant-like from all the grass bedding around you. You can hear the cave breathing, if that makes sense. Little echoes of dripping water somewhere deeper in the darkness. The soft snoring of maybe 20 other people scattered around you on their own grass mats. Someone's baby makes those tiny sleeping sounds babies make. Outside the cave entrance, you catch the distant calls of birds starting their day and maybe the rustle of some animal moving through the brush. Your body aches, I mean really aches. Yesterday was a long day of walking and hunting and gathering, and you can feel it in every muscle. Your feet are tough as leather by now, but they're still sore from scrambling over rocks. Your back has that specific stiffness that comes from sleeping on the ground for, well, your entire life. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, pretty much everything else. Actually, let me back up and paint this picture properly. You're not some primitive grunt shuffling around in animal skins. You're actually incredibly skilled, like scary skilled. You know the names and uses of hundreds of plants. You can track animals by the tiniest signs. A bent blade of grass, a scuff mark on a rock. You can make fire from scratch, napstone tools that are sharper than modern steel, and read the weather by watching how birds fly. But here's the thing, all that skill, you need every bit of it just to not die. You shift on your grass bed, trying to find a position that doesn't involve something poking into your ribs. That's better. The animal skin over you, probably deer or elk, is actually pretty warm once you get settled. These hides have been carefully prepared, scraped and worked until they're soft and flexible. Well, softish. Everything is relative when you're living in the Stone Age. As your eyes adjust to the dim light filtering in from the cave mouth, you start to make out the shapes around you. Your family group is scattered across this main chamber. Your mate and children close by, your parents and siblings and cousins arranged in family clusters around the central fire pit. 23 people total, which is pretty typical for a band like this. The fire. Oh man, the fire. It's the most important thing in your entire world, and right now it's just a pile of glowing embers and ash. Someone, probably whoever had last watch, has kept it alive through the night, feeding it slowly with carefully selected pieces of wood. The embers pulse red and orange in the cave's darkness, throwing shifting shadows on the stone walls. Getting that fire going each morning isn't like flicking a light switch. Starting a fire from nothing is genuinely hard work, even when you know what you're doing, so your people never let it die completely. There's always someone responsible for keeping those embers alive, adding just enough fuel to maintain the heat without wasting precious wood. You can smell the specific scent of the wood they've been burning. Oak and ash mostly, with some birch mixed in. Different woods burn differently, and your people know exactly which ones to use for cooking versus heat versus light. Oak burns long and steady. Birch catches easily and gives off that sweet smell. Pine is good for starting fires, but smoky for cooking. Time to get up. You push yourself upright on your grass mat, and every joint protests. Your hip pops, your neck cricks. Welcome to life before chiropractors. Around you, other people are starting to stir too. Someone yawns, a big jaw-cracking yawn that you feel in your own mouth. Someone else stretches with a groan that echoes slightly off the cave walls. The morning routine is always the same. Fire first. Everything else depends on the fire. You carefully get to your feet, and the cave floor is cold against your bare soles. These caves maintain a pretty constant temperature year-round, warmer than outside in winter, cooler in summer, but stone is still stone. Your feet have developed calluses thick as leather, but cold still seeps through. Walking toward the fire pit, you pass other members of your band who are also stirring to life. Carla, the best tracker in your group, is already sitting up and checking the stone tools she keeps beside her sleeping area. Brune, who's probably the closest thing you have to a leader, is examining the embers and deciding what kind of wood to add. The fire pit is carefully constructed in a depression in the cave floor, lined with stones to contain the heat and reflect it back up. Around it, the ground is worn smooth from generations of people sitting and working in this exact spot. You can see the stains from countless meals, the char marks from dropped embers, the smooth patches where stone tools have been knapped for thousands and thousands of hours. Brune nods at you as you approach. He's already selected some thin, dry kindling, birch bark and fine twigs that will catch easily from the embers. You help him arrange the wood in a careful structure, building up from the smallest pieces to create the right airflow for the flames to take hold. Working together, you blow gently on the embers, coaxing them back to life. The red glow brightens and tiny flames begin to lick at the birch bark. The smell of smoke gets stronger, mixing with that distinctive scent of hot stone and ash. More flames catch, and suddenly you have real fire again. Dancing, crackling, wonderful fire that pushes back the darkness and starts to warm your hands. Fire is life. Fire is protection. Fire is the difference between human and animal. Around the growing flames, more people gather. Children who were still sleepy moments ago become alert and focused. Fire means warmth, but it also means food, and everyone's stomach is reminding them that they haven't eaten since yesterday evening. The good news about being a hunter-gatherer is that you don't have to worry about a mortgage or taxes or your boss being unhappy with your quarterly performance review. The bad news is that every single day starts with the question, what are we going to eat and how are we going to get it? Yesterday was a decent day. The hunters managed to bring down a deer. Not huge, but enough to feed everyone with some left over for today. The gatherers came back with their carrying bags full of nuts, roots, and berries, but that was yesterday. Today, you're starting from scratch. You settle into the familiar rhythm of morning preparation. Someone fetches water from the stream that runs past your cave. Clear, cold water carried in containers made from animal bladders and carved wood. Someone else starts preparing some of yesterday's leftover meat for a quick morning meal. The meat gets spitted on sharpened sticks and held over the flames until it's heated through. Not really cooked. This is more like reheating leftovers, but warm food on a cold morning is a small miracle. The smell of heating meat mixes with the wood smoke, and your stomach makes that empty, anticipatory rumble. While you're eating your small portion of warmed meat and some nuts from yesterday's gathering, the day's planning begins. This isn't like a modern business meeting with agendas and PowerPoint presentations. It's more like a casual conversation around the fire, but the stakes are life and death. The hunting party, maybe 6 or 7 people, will head east today following the deer trail that was spotted yesterday. Deer are creatures of habit, and if you know their patterns, you can intercept them at water sources or feeding areas, but hunting big game with stone-tipped spears and wooden clubs is dangerous, difficult work. Most hunting expeditions come back empty-handed. The gathering party will spread out through the forest looking for anything edible. Nuts, berries, roots, tubers, mushrooms, bird eggs, insects, medicinal plants. Gathering is actually more reliable than hunting. You almost always find something, but it requires incredible knowledge of the natural world. You need to know which berries are safe and which will kill you, which roots are edible and which will make you violently sick, which mushrooms are food and which are poison, when and where to find bird eggs, how to process bitter nuts to make them edible, where the good tool-making stones can be found. Your people carry this knowledge in their heads, hundreds of pieces of information passed down through generations of trial and error and careful observation. There are no books, no Google, no instruction manuals, just human memory and hard-won experience. As the morning fire burns brighter and the cave starts to warm up, people begin the daily ritual of checking and maintaining their tools. Stone tools dull with use and need constant attention. Wooden spears get damaged and require repair. Clothing made from animal skins needs mending. You examine your own personal kit, the stone knife you made yourself, your wooden digging stick, the leather pouch that holds your fire-making materials. The knife has a few small chips in the edge from yesterday's work. Nothing serious, but it could be sharper. Knapping, shaping stone tools, is both an art and a science. You need to understand how different types of stone fracture, how to strike them at just the right angle with just the right force to remove flakes and create a sharp edge. It's incredibly precise work that requires years of practice. You settle into a comfortable position with your stone hammer and start the careful process of resharpening your knife. Each strike has to be placed exactly right. Too hard and you'll break the tool. Too soft and nothing happens. Hit it at the wrong angle and you'll ruin hours of previous work. The sound of stone on stone rings through the cave as other people work on their own tools. It's a comfortable, familiar sound, the soundtrack of Paleolithic life. Chip, 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 the rhythmic percussion of survival. Your knife sharpens nicely. The edge is now keener than most modern kitchen knives, sharp enough to slice through hide and meat and plant material with ease. You test it carefully on a piece of leather and it cuts cleanly. Good. This tool might save your life today. Around you, the cave is coming fully alive. Children who are old enough help with basic tasks, feeding the fire, organizing the sleeping areas, checking water containers. Younger kids stay close to their mothers, but even they're learning by watching. There's no formal education here, just constant observation and gradual participation in adult activities. The really little ones, babies and toddlers, are kept warm and safe near the fire while their mothers prepare for the day's work. One baby is fussing, and her mother nurses her while simultaneously checking over her gathering tools. Multitasking was invented about 2.5 million years ago. You shift position, getting more comfortable as the cave slowly warms. Nice and easy. The familiar sounds and smells and textures of this morning routine are oddly soothing, despite the harsh realities. This is your world. This is your family. This is home. As the sun climbs higher outside the cave, sending more light through the entrance, the pace of preparation picks up. People start moving toward the mouth of the cave, ready to begin another day of searching for food and materials and everything else you need to survive. But before anyone goes anywhere, there's one more crucial morning task: assessing the weather and the world outside. Brune, along with 2 other experienced hunters, walks to the cave entrance to study the day. They're looking at the sky, feeling the wind, listening to the sounds of birds and animals. Weather prediction without meteorologists or Doppler radar requires reading dozens of subtle environmental cues. Cloud formations tell stories about coming storms. Wind direction indicates where rain might be heading. The behavior of birds and animals gives clues about atmospheric pressure changes, the color of the dawn sky, the feel of the air, the smell carried on the breeze. All of it matters when your life depends on being outside in whatever nature decides to throw at you. Today looks promising. The sky is clear, the wind is calm, and you can hear the normal chatter of birds in the forest. No signs of incoming bad weather, good hunting and gathering conditions. Time to go face the world. You gather your tools and equipment: stone knife, wooden digging stick, leather carrying pouch, a piece of fire-starting material wrapped in bark. Everything you own fits in your hands or hangs from a simple belt made of twisted plant fibers. The gathering party assembles near the cave entrance. 8 people today, including yourself, all equipped with the tools needed for finding and collecting food. You're wearing your usual outfit: leather leggings and a tunic made from carefully prepared deer hide, soft leather boots stuffed with grass for insulation, and a heavier skin cloak that can be wrapped around you if the weather turns cold. Your clothes fit well and move with your body. These aren't random animal skins thrown over your shoulders. They're carefully tailored garments sewn with sinew thread using bone needles. The leather has been treated with animal fat to make it water resistant, and the seams are reinforced in places that take the most stress. Everything about your outfit is functional. No pockets. You don't need them when you only own a few tools. No zippers or buttons. Everything fastens with leather ties or simple toggles made from bone or antler. No synthetic materials, obviously, but also no cotton or wool. Just leather and fur and plant fibers, all processed by hand using techniques passed down through countless generations. Standing at the cave entrance, looking out at the forest that stretches endlessly in all directions, you feel the familiar mix of anticipation and anxiety that starts every day. Out there is everything you need to survive: food, materials, resources. But out there is also everything that can kill you. Large predators, venomous snakes, poisonous plants, fast-moving rivers, cliff edges, sudden storms, rival groups of humans who might not be friendly, getting lost, getting injured far from help, 1,000 ways to die, and only your knowledge and skills and the cooperation of your band to protect you. You take a deep breath of the morning air. It smells like forest, green and alive and complex, damp earth and decomposing leaves and growing plants and the musk of animals that passed this way recently. Clean air, pure air, air that hasn't been touched by pollution or industry or any of the substances that modern humans breathe every day. The sun feels good on your face as you step out of the cave. Real sunlight, not filtered through windows or reflected off buildings. Direct solar radiation that will warm your skin and provide the light you need to work by. No electricity, no artificial lighting, just the sun and moon and stars and fire. Your feet find the familiar path that leads down from your cave toward the forest floor. This path has been worn smooth by generations of your people making the same journey every day for hundreds of years. Your ancestors walked this exact route, and if you're lucky and skilled, your descendants will too. You shift your carrying pouch to a more comfortable position and adjust your grip on your digging stick. The morning is young and there's a full day of work ahead. Time to go find what the forest has to offer today. Behind you, the hunters are making their final preparations, checking spear points, discussing strategy, sharing the precious few arrows tipped with the sharpest stone points your group can make. Ahead of you, the gathering party moves through the forest with practiced silence, eyes and ears alert for anything useful. This is it. This is your life. This is what it really means to be human. Your muscles relax as you settle into the familiar rhythm of walking through your territory, and with each step, the adventure of another day in the Paleolithic world begins to unfold around you. The forest closes around you like a living thing. Every step takes you deeper into a world that's both beautiful and terrifying, where every shadow could hide food or danger, and sometimes both at the same time. You're moving through what will someday be called an old-growth forest, but right now, it's just the world. Trees that have been growing for centuries stretch up into a canopy so thick that the morning light filters down in shifting beams and patches. Oak and ash and beech trees, massive trunks that would take 6 people holding hands to circle. The understory is dense with smaller trees and shrubs, and the forest floor is carpeted with layers of decomposing leaves that squelch softly under your feet. The sounds are incredible. Birds everywhere. Not just the few species you'd hear in a modern park, but dozens of different calls echoing through the trees. The rustle of small animals moving through the undergrowth, the distant crack of a branch falling somewhere in the depths of the forest. Wind moving through leaves in waves that you can actually hear approaching and passing overhead. Your gathering party spreads out as you walk, each person following their own path but staying within earshot of the others. You never go anywhere alone, ever. Being alone in this world is basically a death sentence. Predators hunt alone humans. Accidents happen. Getting lost means dying, and dying means your family doesn't eat. Kessa, who's probably the best plant identifier in your group, calls out softly from about 20 feet to your left. She's found something. You angle toward her voice, pushing through a thicket of hazelnut bushes that catch at your leather clothing and scratch at your exposed skin. She's kneeling beside a cluster of plants with broad heart-shaped leaves and small white flowers. Wild garlic, she says, and the satisfaction in her voice is obvious. This is a good find, not just food, but medicine too. Wild garlic can help with infections, and it adds flavour to otherwise bland meals. You help her carefully dig up several of the bulbs using your wooden digging sticks. The tools are simple but effective. Hardwood sticks about as long as your arm, sharpened to a point and hardened in fire. They're perfect for digging roots and tubers without damaging them. The bulbs come up easily in the soft forest soil. They're small, about the size of your thumb, with papery white skin and that unmistakable sharp smell of garlic. Kessa rubs one clean and bites into it, chewing thoughtfully. Good, she says. Strong. These will keep well. You wrap the bulbs in a piece of soft leather and tuck them into your carrying pouch. So far, so good. The day is off to a promising start. Your group continues deeper into the forest, following animal trails and paths that your people have used for generations. Every few hundred yards, someone finds something worth collecting. Nuts from hazelnut bushes, berries that are just starting to ripen, wild mushrooms growing on rotting logs, but only the ones that experienced gatherers know are safe. The knowledge required for this work is staggering. You need to know hundreds of different plants, their seasons, their habitats, how to process them, how to store them. Some plants are only edible at certain times of year. Some require complex preparation to remove toxins. Some look almost identical to poisonous varieties, but have subtle differences that can mean the difference between a good meal and a horrible death. Take mushrooms. There are dozens of edible varieties in your forest, but also several that will kill you in very unpleasant ways. The difference between food and poison might be the color of the spores, or the way the stem breaks, or the smell when the mushroom is crushed. Get it wrong, and you're dead. Get it right, and you have a delicious, nutritious meal. Your people have been learning these distinctions for thousands of years, passing the knowledge down through careful teaching and observation. No one forages alone until they've spent years learning from experts. Even now, experienced as you are, you still check with others when you find something unusual. The sun climbs higher as your group works its way through the forest, and you can feel the day starting to warm up. The morning chill is lifting, and walking at a steady pace is starting to make you pleasantly warm under your leather clothing. You adjust your carrying pouch and keep moving. About an hour into the expedition, Toma calls out from near a stream bank. His voice has that particular excitement that means he's found something really good. You push through the undergrowth toward the sound, and what you see makes you smile. Wild honey. High up in an old oak tree, maybe 20 feet off the ground, there's a dark opening in the trunk where a colony of wild bees has made their home. You can see them coming and going, and that sweet smell of honey is faint but unmistakable on the breeze. Honey is like winning the lottery. It's concentrated energy, pure sugars that your body craves and burns efficiently. It keeps well without spoiling. It has medicinal properties, and it tastes incredible, especially when your normal diet consists of meat, nuts, and whatever vegetables you can find, but getting it is dangerous work. The plan develops quickly. Toma is the best climber in your group, and he volunteers to go up. You'll build a fire at the base of the tree and create smoke to calm the bees. Someone else will prepare containers to hold the honeycomb. Everyone else will be ready to run if things go badly. Wild bees are not docile. They will defend their hive aggressively, and bee stings can be seriously dangerous if you get enough of them. People have died trying to collect honey, but the reward is worth the risk. You gather dry wood and tinder, while others search for the right kind of green leaves to create heavy smoke. The fire needs to produce a lot of smoke without too much flame. You want to calm the bees, not burn down the tree. The fire catches quickly, and soon you have thick white smoke rolling up towards the bee tree. The sound of buzzing gets quieter as the smoke reaches the hive entrance. Bees evolved with forest fires, and smoke triggers their instinct to gorge on honey and prepare to abandon the hive. When they're focused on eating, they're less likely to attack. Toma strips off most of his clothing, fewer places for angry bees to get caught, and starts climbing. He's incredibly skilled, moving up the rough bark with the confidence of someone who's been climbing trees since he could walk. His feet and hands find holds that you can barely see from the ground. Watching him climb, you're reminded of just how physically capable your people are. No gyms, no structured exercise programs, but everyone is lean and strong and flexible from a lifetime of this kind of activity. Toma moves like a modern rock climber, but he learned these skills as a child because his life depends on them. The smoke continues to roll up the tree, and the buzzing stays relatively quiet. Good sign. Toma reaches the level of the hive and carefully begins working his hand into the opening. He's feeling for honeycomb that can be removed without destroying the entire colony. Your people know not to take everything. Leave enough honey and bees, and they'll rebuild for next time. A few bees spiral around him, but they seem more confused than aggressive. The smoke is doing its job. Toma's arm disappears into the tree trunk up to his elbow, and his face shows concentration as he feels around inside the hive. Then his expression changes to satisfaction. He's found good comb. Slowly, carefully, he extracts his arm from the tree. In his hand is a chunk of honeycomb about the size of your fist, golden and dripping with thick amber honey. Even from the ground, you can smell the sweetness. He tosses the comb down to waiting hands, then reaches back into the hive for more. 3 trips, 3 chunks of comb, and then he judges it's time to stop. Take too much, and you'll kill the colony. Take just enough, and they'll recover and provide honey again in the future. Toma scrambles down the tree with the same skill he showed going up, dropping the last few feet to land lightly on the forest floor. A few bee stings on his arms and shoulders, but nothing serious. He's grinning with the satisfaction of a job well done. The honeycomb is gorgeous. Wax cells filled with honey so pure and concentrated it seems to glow in the dappled forest light. You can't resist breaking off a small piece and putting it in your mouth. The sweetness explodes across your tongue like nothing in the modern world. This isn't processed sugar or corn syrup. This is pure honey made by bees from the nectar of wildflowers. It's complex and floral and intensely sweet, and your body responds immediately with that rush of energy that comes from natural sugars hitting your bloodstream. You close your eyes for a moment, savoring the taste. Honey like this was the sweetest thing available to humans for tens of thousands of years. No chocolate, no candy, no desserts, just this, and it's perfect. The honeycomb gets carefully wrapped and packed away in leather containers. This is a treasure that will be shared with the entire band back at the cave. Children will get small pieces as treats. Adults will use it to make other foods more palatable. Some will be saved for winter when every calorie counts. Your gathering party continues through the forest, energized by the successful honey collection. The sun is getting higher now, and the forest is fully alive with activity. Birds calling from every direction, small animals rustling through the undergrowth. The constant, subtle movement of a healthy ecosystem. You find yourself settling into the meditation of long-distance walking through familiar territory. Your feet know this ground. Your eyes automatically scan for useful plants, signs of game, anything out of place that might indicate danger. Your breathing falls into a steady rhythm that matches your pace. This is one of the most peaceful times in Paleolithic life, moving through the forest with your community, working together, using skills that connect you directly to the natural world. No schedules, no deadlines, no artificial stress, just the ancient rhythm of human life in harmony with the environment. Well, mostly harmony. There are still plenty of ways to die out here. Around midday, your group stops beside a small stream to rest and eat. The water is clear and cold, running over smooth stones worn by countless years of current. You cup it in your hands and drink deeply, tasting the mineral purity of water that has never been processed or treated or run through pipes. Lunch is a selection of what you've gathered so far. Nuts, berries, some leftover meat from yesterday, and tiny tastes of that precious honey. You sit on a fallen log beside the stream, listening to the water and eating slowly, methodically. The food is challenging by modern standards. The meat is tough and requires serious chewing. The nuts are small and sometimes bitter. The berries are tart and seedy. Nothing is salted or seasoned or prepared in ways that enhance flavor, but your body knows this food, recognizes it, processes it efficiently. And there's something deeply satisfying about eating food you gathered yourself with your own hands using knowledge passed down through generations of your ancestors. This meal represents hours of skilled work and deep understanding of the natural world. Every bite was earned. As you eat, you notice how your body feels strong, lean, efficient. Your muscles are dense and functional from constant physical activity. Your senses are sharp from relying on them for survival. Your mind is calm but alert, constantly processing information about your environment. This is what human bodies were designed for. Not sitting in chairs for 8 hours a day, not eating processed foods, not living under artificial light. This, moving through natural landscapes, eating food you collected yourself, working with your community to solve the daily challenges of survival. After the meal, your group splits up to cover more territory. You partner with Denny, an older woman who knows more about medicinal plants than anyone else in your band. She's teaching you to identify herbs that can treat pain, infection, digestive problems, and other common ailments. The two of you work your way along the stream bank where many useful plants grow in the rich, moist soil. Denny shows you how to recognize willow bark, which can be chewed to relieve pain and fever. She points out wild mint growing in shady spots, good for stomach troubles. You find cattail roots growing in the marshy areas near the stream, starchy tubers that can be roasted or ground into flour. The knowledge Denny shares. Hey, so tonight we're going to talk about what
something else entirely. The wind picked up, visibility dropped to almost nothing, and I've gone back and forth about whether to share this, but I think I need to put it somewhere. This happened when I was a sophomore at school in the Northeast. I won't say which one, and I'm in Kappa. I'm an English major, and I've always taken my academics pretty seriously because I'm trying to get into law school after I graduate. That's relevant context for what I'm about to tell you. Last semester, I enrolled in this upper-level course on English Romanticism. The class was pretty small, maybe 25 students in total, and it was mostly juniors and seniors. There was a professor who led the seminars, of course, but most of the actual teaching was done by the TA during discussion sections. His name was Romer, and yes, that was his real name. I still don't know if it was a first or last name situation, but that's what everyone called him. He was maybe late 20s, kind of lanky, and gave off this I'm in a band but not a good one type of energy. He was kind of just an oddball. Anyway, the class itself was fine. A lot of close reading, a lot of discussion about nature and memory, and all that romantic nonsense. The participation was pretty dead most days. People would just sit there and wait for Romer to fill the silence, which he hated. You could tell it made him uncomfortable, which was problematic because then he'd start cold calling on people and chirping at them when they clearly didn't know what was going on. There was one guy, though, who always seemed to keep things alive. His name was Luke. He was tall with brown hair, and the only other thing I knew about him was that he was in one of the better frats on campus. He had this way of making jokes at just the right moment, not to be annoying, but to break the tension when things got awkward, and he actually did the reading, which was rare. When he talked, it was clear he knew his stuff, so the humor felt earned. He wasn't trying to be the class clown, he just had a presence. I remember thinking he was smart but kind of goofy. Anyway, since I needed to participate for my GPA, I ended up being one of the only other people who talked regularly. So it was usually me, Luke, and maybe 2 or 3 others carrying the discussion while everyone else zoned out. Romer seemed to appreciate it. He'd nod along when I made a point, and sometimes he'd build on what I said in a way that felt validating. For my first essay, and I remember this vividly, I wrote about ambiguity in Wordsworth's Tintern Abbey. It wasn't groundbreaking, but I was proud of it. When I got it back, Romer had written these long, detailed comments in the margins, not just corrections, actual agreement with my ideas. But after that, I noticed things started to shift a bit. Romer began paying more attention to me in class. He'd call on me more often, ask follow-up questions to my answers, make eye contact with me for long periods of time, stuff like that. At first, I told myself I was imagining it. TAs take a liking to certain students all the time. It's not that unusual. But then he started asking me things that felt less academic. I brushed it off, though. I had other things going on. Around the same time, I started running into Luke more and more outside of class. Our sorority and his fraternity had a lot of overlap. I think Greek life is mostly stupid, but we were both in, I guess, what you consider top houses at our school. So we had a lot of joint mixers, date nights, and just always went to the same parties. And Luke was just always there. So naturally, we just ended up talking more and more, and I started taking a liking to him. After a few weeks of this, he asked if I wanted to grab dinner sometime, and I said sure. We went on maybe 3 dates before things progressed. He was sweet, attentive, all the things you'd want. We started sleeping together, and everything felt normal. I wasn't head over heels or anything, but I liked him. It was uncomplicated, low maintenance, and mostly painless. One afternoon after class, I was walking to my car when I saw Luke standing behind the lecture hall, smoking a cigarette with Romer. They were talking like they knew each other, which struck me as weird. I didn't even know Luke smoked. When I asked him about it later, he laughed and said he was just trying to get on Romer's good side so he wouldn't have to try as hard toward the end of the semester. I told him that was kind of pathetic, and he laughed and said he'd take pathetic over a bad grade any day. A few weeks later, when I came back, I noticed his phone was lying next to him on the bed with a YouTube video playing. I know I shouldn't have looked, but curiosity got the better of me. Can you blame me? I'm a college girl in a sorority. The types of guys I'm surrounded by would cause any rational person to develop trust issues. So I went through his phone. I'm not sure what I was expecting to find, but I was definitely not expecting to find a collection of photos of me. And there were a lot of them. Some were more benign. Photos of me going about my day or studying or walking to class. But there were others. I'll let you fill in the blanks yourself, but they were, let's just say, suggestive. Some of them were ones I'd sent him, but there were quite a few that I had no recollection of ever taking. I wasn't mad or anything, mostly creeped out. Like, if he had asked me for most of them, I probably wouldn't have been opposed at all. I didn't wake him up that night. I just went back to sleep, not really knowing how to feel. I ended up keeping things to myself, partly because I was embarrassed, but partly because I didn't want him to know I'd snooped through his phone. A week later, after he'd fallen asleep again, I decided to try guessing his password, which actually wasn't too hard. It was just his birthday, but reversed. This time, I went deeper. Brace yourself, because things move really fast from this point forward. I checked his messages, his deleted photos, everything, and I found something horrifying. He'd been sending photos of me, those photos of me, to an unsaved number, regularly for weeks. Basically the entire duration of time we'd been seeing each other. It was sick, and it was probably illegal too, but I couldn't think about that. I was shaking. I took pictures of everything, and then I started to cry. I couldn't control myself. I basically slapped him awake and demanded to know who the number belonged to, and he stumbled through this ridiculous story about how it was just his backup phone, how he liked to have copies of everything in case his main phone got lost. I knew instantly that was bullshit. I stormed out before he could convince me to stay. I was a complete wreck. I was a psychological mess, and I felt gross. I really didn't want to get into the immediate aftermath of everything, so I won't. Just know that it was probably the worst week of my life. The last thing I need is for that trauma to reopen if anyone figures out who I am or anything, so that's another reason I'm keeping the details to a minimum. The unknown number ended up belonging to Romer, my TA. The police got involved, and Luke confessed pretty quickly once they started pressing him. He admitted that Romer had been paying him hundreds of dollars apparently in exchange for photos. The whole thing had been going on since the beginning of the semester, maybe longer. I don't know all the details, and honestly I don't want to. Luke got expelled from university, and Romer got fired. I'm pretty sure there was jail time involved as well, although I do remember thinking whatever punishment they got wasn't nearly enough to make me feel compensated. That was over a year and a half ago. I'm a senior now, and I'm almost done with school. I'm kind of relieved about that, to be honest. I've dealt with things in my own way, and I won't get into that, but I thought everything was behind me. A few weeks ago, though, I started noticing something. There's this silver sedan that's been parked outside my sorority late at night. Not every night, but enough that I've started paying attention. I haven't seen anyone get in or out of it. I don't know if it's one of them. I'm probably being paranoid, but it's really freaking me out. And honestly, I'm not sure how they'd even know I live here now. I moved into the house well after the Luke situation. Anyway, if anything else happens, I'll update. This happened like 2 weeks ago. I'm still not fully over it, but I need to get it out there because keeping it to myself is driving me insane. My name is Mike, but everyone calls me Mikey. I'm 22, and I'm still living with my parents in Northern California. And before you ask, no, it's not the California you're picturing. I always have to explain this to people. Not every part of the state is beaches and palm trees. Where I live, it snows pretty heavily. We're talking middle of nowhere, surrounded by forest, closest neighbor is a 10-minute drive kind of situation. I've been skiing my whole life, so the cold doesn't bother me. If anything, I prefer it, but that's not really the point. The point is that 2 weekends ago, my parents flew out of the country for a wedding. Some friend of my mom's was getting married in Portugal, and I wasn't invited, but I didn't really care about that. A weekend alone in the house sounded kind of nice. Our house isn't anything special, just your standard 3-bedroom, 1-story, nothing fancy. My parents' room is at one end of the hall, mine is at the other, and there's a guest room in between that we mostly use for storage. The living room and kitchen are in the middle of the house, and the front door opens right into the living room. I'm describing this because it'll be important later. The first night alone was fine. I went to bed around 2 a.m. and passed out pretty quickly. The second night is when everything went wrong. I went to bed around the same time, maybe a little earlier. I remember being more tired than usual, so I knocked out fast. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was the middle of the night. That's pretty irregular for me. I knew something woke me up because I always have to keep my phone on airplane mode when I sleep, so it wasn't that. But I had no idea what it could have been. I scanned the room, but it was pitch black. As my eyes started adjusting to the darkness though, I saw something strange. My closet door was wide open. I always keep that door closed, always. It's one of those sliding doors that doesn't stay shut on its own, so I make a point of closing it every night before bed. I know that sounds weird, but I've had to think about open closet doors since I was a little kid. The point is, I didn't leave it open. I know I didn't. I started freaking out a little. My brain was doing that thing where it's trying to convince you that you're still dreaming, but I knew I wasn't. I was fully awake. I could feel my heart starting to pound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was really, really wrong. Without Starting a new job is always a mix of excitement and nerves. When I landed a summer job at a local carnival in downtown LA, I was just looking for some extra cash before my senior year of college started in the fall. The carnival was a typical setup with rides, games, and food stands, but its main attraction was the funhouse, which doubled as a haunted house after dark. It was actually a solid structure that I think used to be some old guy's mansion or something. I was assigned to manage the funhouse, which was a favorite among the carnival goers. It seemed simple enough: guide the guests in, ensure they have a fun, safe time, and observe them leave. At first, everything seemed straightforward. But then I started noticing odd things. It started with small discrepancies. I counted a dozen people entering, but only 11 would emerge. At first, I chalked it up to miscounting. After all, keeping track in the chaos of laughter and screams was no easy task. However, as the days passed, the numbers just didn't add up. 7 went in, 6 came out. 10 went in, 9 came out. Was I going crazy? Something was off, and I couldn't ignore it much longer. One particularly busy afternoon, a blonde girl caught my eye as she walked up to the funhouse. She was drop-dead gorgeous, and almost seemed out of place amidst the childlike atmosphere. She couldn't have been more than a few years older than me. I genuinely had to do a double take. I'm not a weird guy by any means, but I couldn't help but lock eyes with her for a few seconds. She smiled, handed me her ticket, and I directed her into the attraction. After she disappeared into the darkness, I went back to my duties. Time ticked by, and I watched attentively as people entered and exited, sometimes asking me questions and whatnot. Admittedly, I was paying a little more attention to the guests that night, as I wanted to see that girl as she left and maybe work up the courage to talk to her. Pretty soon, I started picking up on the fact that groups of people who had entered after her were beginning to emerge. A few more minutes passed, and I started getting worried. She should have been out by now. Compelled by a genuine concern, I decided to abandon my post for a few minutes and go looking for her. I stepped inside and unlocked the entrance door. I began investigating, navigating the dimly lit rooms and narrow corridors. I moved through the house until I came across something I hadn't noticed during my initial walkthroughs, a barely noticeable seam in the wall. I'm not really sure what I was expecting, but curiosity got the best of me. I pressed against the seam, and I heard a distinct click. I played around with it some more, and my jaw nearly hit the floor when I realized it was a hidden door. It swung open slowly, revealing a pitch-black hallway. I stood there in shock. What in the world was this doing here? I was definitely gonna have a long conversation with my boss about this. I walked into the hallway with my phone's flashlight guiding the way. I didn't have much brainpower to spend being nervous because I was still so shocked about the whole situation. I got to the end of the passage and found another door. I flung it open, and to my surprise, it was a concealed exit that led back to the carnival grounds. I breathed a sigh of relief as this discovery proved I wasn't going crazy. All those people I hadn't noticed leaving the attraction had probably stumbled across that secret door by accident and assumed it was the correct way to go. As I walked back the way I had came, I couldn't help but feel a little bummed out that I wasn't going to get the chance to talk to that girl. I'm not sure what came over me, but I decided to keep exploring the funhouse instead of returning to my post. I think a part of me just wanted a few extra minutes of this impromptu break I was taking. I walked through a couple more rooms, and that's when I noticed it. On one of the walls was another faint seam, identical to the first one I had seen. I again played with it until it clicked and swung open. I could immediately tell this one was very different. The putrid smell was the first thing I noticed. More concerning, though, was the fact that there was no corridor in this one, but a ladder that led downwards. I was more confused than anything. This door was on the ground floor, and I was told specifically that this place didn't have a basement. I debated climbing down, but I just felt awful about the prospect that the girl might be down there. So against my instincts, I began the descent. The smell only got worse as I climbed down into the darkness. I was expecting to find a basement, but what I found instead was far, far worse. I got to the bottom and pulled out my phone's flashlight. I was frozen in shock. I was literally standing in a tunnel that extended into the darkness. There was literally no way that this was part of the house above. The rational part of my brain screamed to turn back, to forget about it, but the mystery was too compelling. I ventured further, being careful not to make any noise. The walls were damp, and the tunnel was completely silent. As I explored, my flashlight beam fell on something unexpected. A white, glittery purse was sitting in the middle of the corridor. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. It looked familiar, and then it hit me. It was that girl's purse. I was sure of it. I started to panic. Was she really down here? I doubted there was any way a rational person could find this tunnel and not turn around, but the proof was literally in my hands. My mind started racing. Was she hurt? Lost? And then a more terrifying thought hit me. Was she alone? I didn't feel safe anymore, but I was in too deep. Violating every survival instinct I had, I yelled out into the tunnel for that girl. I waited. Nothing. I was just about to shout again when I heard the sound of rapid footsteps echoing through the tunnels. My first instinct was to run. I had every reason to believe whoever was running toward me was hostile. I turned around and bolted back to the ladder. I got halfway up and slipped, falling back to the bottom. The footsteps were basically right on top of me now. I knew I was done for. I braced myself for a fight, and then a voice rang out. A girl's voice. Her voice. She gasped, "Help me," clutching her side as if in pain. I yelled at her to climb up, but she insisted that I follow her back into the darkness for some reason. I told her there was no chance I was doing that, and basically forced her up the ladder. We got to the top, and I slammed the door shut. I asked her how in the world she ended up down there, and she couldn't really give me a straight answer. She kept saying she didn't really remember how it happened, just that she suddenly realized she was underground. She said she started hearing things moving in the dark, and that there were voices calling to her. I didn't know how to process this. I asked her if someone had guided her down there, and she said she didn't remember. The weirdest thing about her story was that she was looking at me with this blank stare that genuinely freaked me out. I basically interrogated her about why she told me to stay down there, but she didn't answer. I had had enough. I wanted to get as far away from this person as possible. I called the police, but she opted to leave the funhouse before they got there. I never saw her again. The police investigated, and what they found was actually insane. Apparently, this house had been some sort of safe house during Prohibition in the 1920s. As such, it had a bunch of secret passageways that led to a section of the underground Prohibition tunnels that hadn't been discovered. The owner claimed he had no idea about the house's history, but I was skeptical. I quit my job and got as far away from there as possible. I still have so many questions. Did the owner know about this? Was that girl almost kidnapped? Had someone knocked her out and took her down there or something? Was she part of the whole thing? I feel like there's a number of explanations for what happened to me, but all of them are equally terrifying. Ever since I was a kid, I loved carnivals, the lights, the games, the unpredictable joy of it all. I know lots of people find them weird and childish, but not me. Growing up in a small town in Indiana, it's not like there was a whole bunch to do, so whenever the carnivals would roll through town, you best believe I was spending as much time there as I possibly could. It's been over 20 years, and I still enjoy the atmosphere of a local carnival, despite what I'm about to tell you. I think my love for carnivals is something I'll never lose. I was like 10 or 11 when this happened, and I was a kind of nerdy kid growing up. In the days leading up to the spring carnival, I found myself in the library reading up on whatever I found interesting at the time. For whatever reason, I wound up in the history section. I remember the books being literally caked in layers of dust. That's how long it had been since they were even touched. I was flipping through a book on the history of our town when a small, faded slip of paper fell out from between the pages. Confused, I leaned down to pick it up. To my pleasant surprise, it was a ticket for our local spring carnival, dated over 15 years ago. The odds of something like that happening had to be extremely low. I was ecstatic. This ticket would make a great addition to my miscellaneous collection back home. What was even cooler, though, was the fact that the date on the ticket was just 2 days away, when the carnival would certainly be in town. As I predicted, the carnival cruised into town the next morning, so I figured why not use the old ticket, just for laughs to see what the booth attendant would say. I wanted to get it punched anyway. The next evening, I headed to the carnival with the ticket safely tucked away in my pocket. As I approached the entrance, the carnival seemed just as lively as ever, the air filled with the scent of cotton candy and popcorn. I pulled out the ticket at the gate, handing it over to the guy at the booth. His face changed the moment he saw it. He went pale, his eyes widening slightly before he masked his reaction with a forced smile. It was honestly a little creepy. Enjoy your evening, he stammered, handing me back the ticket without punching it. I was so weirded out by his reaction that I forgot to ask him to punch it. I shrugged it off though, thinking maybe he was just new and confused about the old design of the ticket. I wandered around, played some games, and enjoyed a funnel cake. The night was perfect, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I felt eyes on me, observing. Maybe it was just paranoia. I tried to ignore it at first, but I kept noticing the carnival employees giving me weird looks. After a while, I got fed up and decided to ask one of the older game operators about it. I found a kind-looking elderly man running the ring toss booth. I showed him the ticket, and unlike the booth guy, he didn't even try to hide his shock. He glanced around nervously before leaning closer. "Young man, where did you get this?" he asked. After telling me where I found it, I started feeling uneasy about the whole situation. Maybe I should have just kept the ticket at home. "You found something you weren't meant to find," the old man started, his voice dropping to a whisper. "This ticket, it's part of a story that the folks around here don't talk about much. About 15 years ago, something terrible happened during the carnival, right here in this town." He paused as if weighing whether to continue. There was a young worker, name of Ryan, nice kid. Everybody liked him. He was responsible for one of the rides, I can't remember which. One night he just disappeared, vanished without a trace. The police found his wallet, but there was nothing in it except a ticket that looked an awful lot like this one, he said, gesturing towards my hands. The atmosphere around us seemed to drop a few degrees. He continued. They searched everywhere, even drained the local pond, but no sign of him. After that, strange things started happening every time the carnival stopped here. Accidents, things going missing, odd sightings. People said it was Ryan trying to come back, or something worse that took him. I could feel a chill running down my spine, but part of me was skeptical. "And you believe that?" I asked. The old man shrugged. "I've seen enough to keep an open mind, but the point is, the ticket you found might stir things up. It's best you get rid of it, leave it here." He then motioned for me to give it to him, but I was reluctant. I looked down at it, reading it over again as if there was some kind of secret I was missing. How could a ticket be the cause of all that? I questioned, still not fully buying it. The look in his eye got darker. His tone switched, almost as if he were angry. He told me to give it here, almost in a growl. I considered it, but concluded that some stupid story wasn't worth giving up such a cool souvenir. I told him no, and he actually sprung up with a quickness that startled me. He reached for the ticket, his fingers grazing my hand. I jerked back instinctively, clutching the ticket tighter. The old man's expression morphed into something desperate, almost predatory. "You don't understand," he hissed, his eyes darting around as if expecting something or someone to emerge from the shadows. I backed away towards the tense exit, my heart pounding. "I think I should go," I stammered, turning to lose myself in the crowd. Behind me, I could hear his calls, a mix of pleading and warning. I didn't care what he was saying, though. I let the bustling crowd around me drown his voice out. My mind was racing, not even about the ticket, but more so his aggressive reaction. The joy of the carnival had been spoiled. I left earlier than planned, the ticket burning a hole in my pocket. Over the next few days, my luck seemed to turn sharply. I missed catching the school bus, scraped my knee pretty bad in a bike accident, and worst of all, my best friend accused me of stealing his favorite baseball card, something I would never do. Things got worse than that, though. I remember coming home one night to my mother in tears after losing her job. My brother broke his leg skateboarding the next week, and our beloved family pet, Bean, also passed away a few days after that. It was like a dark cloud had settled over me since that night at the carnival. I couldn't help but remember the old man's warning about the ticket stirring things up. It seemed ridiculous, but then again, so was the string of bad luck that followed me. My dad laughed when I told him about my theory. He told me that there was no such thing as ghosts, and that I shouldn't be so superstitious. One rainy afternoon after school, after a particularly tough day where I had forgotten my lunch and had to go hungry, I pulled the ticket out. I stared at it, this small piece of paper that had brought nothing but trouble. Feeling a mix of anger and fear, I decided I had had enough. I grabbed my raincoat and boots and trudged out to the creek that ran behind our house. My heart felt like it was pounding on my chest as the rain soaked through my hair. Standing at the creek's edge, I took one last look at the ticket before tearing it into tiny pieces and watching them get swept up by the current. It's just a piece of paper, I thought. Things started to look up after that. My friend found his baseball card and apologized to me, and we became friends again. I didn't miss the bus a single time that school year. My mom got a better job the next couple of days. Whether it was all coincidence or that ticket really was cursed, I couldn't say. But one thing was for sure, I learned to be more careful about what I picked up and brought home. I don't believe in the supernatural, even after all this stuff happened to me. My parents like telling me that I imagined everything because I was so young. It's still hard to fully explain it, but I've long since accepted it as one of those weird coincidences that you just can't explain. I hate carnivals. I think they're disgusting and filled with children. I hate the food, the games, and the smell of it all. My hatred of carnivals is probably biased though, and mostly based on what I'm about to tell you. A few years ago, I was dragged to our local carnival by my younger sister. I obviously wasn't going to be rude and not go, but I wasn't looking forward to it. After a while, my sister got bored and wanted to leave, so I called my mom to pick us up. I actually opted not to go with them, as I was in the midst of a fight with my dad and didn't want to go back home until he was asleep. I told my mom I'd walk home later, so she picked up my sister and left. The carnival was honestly a little pathetic. There were far fewer people there that night than I remember there being in previous years, and everyone looked miserable. I figured I might as well walk around a little, try and get my money's worth. After all, I had paid for a ticket out of my own pocket. I decided to step into the funhouse, as I figured that would at least be a little cool. I was expecting there to be a ton of people in there, but it was completely empty. There was literally not a single other person in there as far as I could tell. I had never been inside a funhouse alone before. People don't realize how important the laughter and talking is to the atmosphere. Without it, you're basically just standing there in silence, surrounded by a bunch of weird mirrors. It was honestly a little creepy. I shrugged my shoulders and figured I might as well walk through it. Admittedly, I did get a pretty good laugh out of the distorted mirrors. I think I was like halfway through when I noticed something odd. In one of the reflections to my left, there was a head that seemed to be peering at me. I only saw it for a split second, but it was a bald guy with really sunken eyes. I whipped around, but didn't see anyone. To be completely honest, I had no idea where he had even been standing since there were mirrors all over the place. He could have literally been anywhere. I thought it was especially creepy since I didn't hear the funhouse entrance open. He either snuck in behind me, or he had already been inside. I kept walking, going a little more quickly now. And then, I saw him again, out of the corner of my eye. He had this deranged smile this time. It was the exact same face, I was positive. I tried to figure out where he was standing, but the reflections were too confusing. I yelled for him to get lost, but got no response. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. I picked up the pace again, but it was difficult trying to navigate this maze of mirrors, and I kept hitting dead ends. I started sweating, constantly looking over my shoulder every few seconds. A few minutes later, I turned a corner after hitting another dead end, and a hand reached out from behind one of the mirrors, grabbing my wrist. I screamed, cursing at the guy to let go of me, but he held firm. I punched his arm, forcing him to let go. I fell to the ground in the fray, and saw the creepster in his full form. He was wearing all gray, had a bit of a gut, and a tired, sunken face. I jumped to my feet before he could reach for me again, and sprinted back the way I came. I don't know if it was survival instincts or not, but finding my way back to the entrance was somehow easier with the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I sprinted out of the funhouse and caught my breath. I reached into my back pocket, and a horrifying realization hit me. I didn't have my wallet. I must have dropped it when I fell. There was no way I was going back in there. After running to the nearest staff person, I told them everything that happened. She seemed confused and told me that the funhouse was closed to patrons that night. I was horrified. They called the police and searched it, but found nothing, not even my wallet. I felt like such an idiot. I told them that guy was probably an ex-employee with Key, but they shrugged off my theory and told me to go home. So reluctantly, that's what I did. It's not like I had gotten hurt or anything. I wish I could tell you the story ended there, but I can't. A week later, my girlfriend called me one night in a panic, frantically screaming into the phone about something terrible that happened. Apparently, someone had been texting her phone pretending to be me and convinced her to drive out to this remote location to help me change a tire. Thankfully, she decided to bring her dad, even though the guy told her to come alone. They pretty quickly realized what was going on when the car parked in the lot wasn't mine. Her dad stepped out of the car, and 6 dudes stepped out of the car in front of them. He sprinted back to the car and hightailed it out of there before those guys could catch up to him. The whole thing made sense. I did have my girlfriend's number written down on a slip of paper in my wallet, which explained how he got her number. Both of us changed all our contact information, and it's been a month without incident. I really don't know how to feel about this whole ordeal. I think I'm just gonna try to block the memory out of my head.
Welcome to the Mac Academy tutorial system presented by Florida Marketing International Incorporated.
Hello, and welcome to Mac Academy. My name is Randy Smith, and over the next couple of hours, we'll be discussing Microsoft Word. We'll be going over the basics of that program. I'd like to welcome each of you to this tape and also to the Mac Academy organization. I'd like to spend, before we dig right into the program, I'd like to spend a few minutes and talk about some of the differences between word processing on the Macintosh computer, word processing perhaps that you're used to on IBMs and IBM compatibles or some of the earlier programs for the Macintosh. You know, today a lot of people talk about word processing and they also talk a lot about desktop publishing. One of the first things that you need to realize is that there's a major difference between word processing and desktop publishing. I know you'll go down to your local Apple dealer or one of your software stores and they'll try and convince you that all you need to buy is one program. For example, if you buy PageMaker, you don't need to buy a word processing program, or if you buy the all-new Word 4.0, then you won't need to go buy a desktop publishing program because it does everything. A lot of people don't understand the difference between the two types of programs. So I'd like to talk about that just for a moment. I'd also like to talk about word processing and how to get the most out of it, and then we'll dig right into the program. First of all, when it comes to word processing and desktop publishing, a good way, I guess, to understand the differences and experience that I had. I worked at a newspaper for 5 years. I used to come in and I'd sit down at one of those old-fashioned Royal manual typewriters. Whether I was doing a story or an article or an advertisement, I'd sit down at that typewriter and I'd type away. And when I finished, I'd take that hard copy back to the production department. Now, in those days, someone would sit down at a photo typesetting machine and they would type out everything that I had laid out on a nice piece of paper. Now, the word processing part, that was the part of sitting there getting the words on the paper, kind of the creative part, the part where the creative juices are flowing. And then the production department, they would take that document and they would lay it out and they would set out columns and they put lines between the columns and they would do headlines. They would take graphics or photos with subheads or sidebars, and they would make your article or your ad look the way that you wanted it to look. That's kind of the difference between word processing and desktop publishing. I was doing the word processing part, they were doing the desktop publishing part. Now today we have some wonderful electronic desktop publishing programs that take all the hard parts and all the laborious steps that it used to take us to get our document to look just like we wanted it to look, and they've taken all the work out of that. There are many good ones out there. PageMaker is one that we use, Ready, Set, Go, QuarkXpress, all of those are excellent. And the recommendation I'd like to make to you is if you are professionally in the business of doing brochures or doing reports or doing anything other than just standard 8.5 by 11 documents, I would suggest that you get both a professional word processing program and a desktop publishing program. Sure, we can make Word, and we will be doing that in our advanced tape. We'll show you how to do side-by-side columns, and we'll show you how to take a graphic and put it in your document. We'll show you how to wrap copy around that. But it is extremely difficult. It takes a long time. Whereas in a desktop publishing program with the push of 1 or 2 buttons, you can do exactly you can accomplish the same task. So please understand there's a difference in that you need both. When it comes to word processing, as I mentioned, is the function of getting all of your thoughts, your words, copy that perhaps is going to sell or make someone interested in your business, getting that all down on paper. And there are a lot of good programs out there. Macintosh did not invent word processing. I almost wish it did, but first word processor that I ever used was a program called WordStar on an IBM program. And I kind of get a kick out of IBM people who make the comment that the Macintosh screen is too small. Well, I remember on WordStar, the entire top third of my screen was a menu bar, and that menu bar was just to show me all the commands, all the key commands that I had to remember to do simple functions in the word processing program. And so they had a lot of great programs for the IBM and the IBM compatibles, WordStar, WordPerfect. First program that came out for the Macintosh was a little program called McWrite. Many of you may remember that. It came with a machine. And for years, we went a long time without a word processing program because everyone felt, well, they've already got one. The Mac owners, they don't need another one. And then Microsoft came out with Microsoft Word, and they found out that, yes, us Mac owners would go buy another program. Today, we have a myriad of programs. We have WordPerfect for the Macintosh. We have WordStar is now available for the Macintosh. Full-Write Professional right now. There are a lot of excellent programs. Hopefully, you have bought the Word program. That's why you've got it. I recommend it. It's the one we use. It does everything that we need it to do. So there are a lot of word processing programs out there. Since you're using Word and since you're using the Macintosh, I would recommend that you find out what this program is best at and use that to its fullest capacity or capability. So we're going to be looking at the capabilities of Word as we go through the program this morning. Another little caution, I guess, that I want to make. You know, I've seen a lot of word processors, and if you want to get really archaic, the first word processor that I ever saw, and this is going to make me sound kind of old, was a linotype machine. Linotype machine, you'd hit a key, it'd go up into this great big machine, it would find a metal ingot that had the letter, and that would come flying down the tracks, and they'd put some ink on it and hit the paper. It was very slow, it was very expensive, it was very noisy. And also you had to make all your mistakes on the paper before you could go back and correct them, and that was very difficult. Then we went into kind of the stage of the IBM Selectric, I guess the era of the IBM Selectric. Some of you may still have been in that recently. And the exciting thing about the IBM Selectric was for the first time you could hit a key like an L, and you could get something different than the last time you hit the key by changing the little element in your typewriter. For the first time we could get bold, we could get italics, we could change type fonts and get Bodini or some other type font. That was exciting. We used to line all the little elements up. But we were still forced to make the errors on the page before, or we had to print it, we had to make the errors on the page before we could make the correction. And you may remember some of the ways that we used to make the corrections. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the little white pieces of paper that we used to string all over our desk, and we'd cram those down in the typewriter and try and get the letter to hit right where it hit before to correct it. Then we went into a great era after that, a nice new product. In fact, the singing group, the Monkees, went around here not too long ago. You may have noticed there were only 3 of them instead of 4. Michael Nesmith was the 4th member, and he did not tour. The reason he did not tour is that his mother invented whiteout, and he inherited about $43 million and didn't need to sing anymore. It wasn't whiteout a great invention. In fact, I remember just sitting back with that, just painting all over our page. We get these big lumps where the whiteout got a little too heavy. But for those of us that had to do legal documents or contracts, we couldn't go through and white out our mistakes. And so then the real word processing came along, and the reason I go through through all this is to drive home the point that the word processor allows us to make all of our errors on the screen before we put them on the page. And I still know a lot of people who are using a word processing program, Word or anyone, they'll go through, do their entire document, print out a copy, and then sit down and start correcting all their errors. If you're going to do that, then you might as well use a typewriter because you've got a very expensive typewriter sitting here. So the first step to using a word processing program, anyone, is to plan out in advance what you want your document to look like. Take a minute, take a piece of paper and a pencil, and just simply sketch out what you'd like it to look like when it's finished. Are you going to have headlines? Are you going to have footnotes? Are you going to have headers or footers? Are you going to have one column or two or three? And you'll save a tremendous amount of time when you sit down with your program to make that document on the screen look like you want it to look like when it's printed. Second area is go through all the different regimens that we have to make corrections before you print it out. So now we're here with the Apple Macintosh, and we've got a brand new program, Word 4.0. It's got a lot of nice new features, and we want to go through some of those today. Before I go right into that, let me just go through some definitions, because I want to make sure that I don't use any words in this tutorial that you perhaps are not familiar with. So let me go through each of these definitions very quickly. First of all, when you measure type, when you measure copy, and you're seeing how wide it is, you'll have options as to how to measure that. One option that a lot of printers like to use, a lot of photo typesetters like to use, and a lot of the new programs are allowing you to use is a measurement called picas, P-I-C-A-S. A pica, there are 6 picas per inch. So all you need to do is measure your copy in inches divided by 6, and that'll tell you how many picas wide the width of your copy is. The next thing we like to measure is the height of our copy. How tall is it from the very top of the tallest letter all the way down to the bottom of the lowest center that we have in our copy? And that is measured in points, P-O-I-N-T-S, points. And you'll notice that Microsoft Word gives you the option of choosing how many points or how high you would like your letters. The best way to remember that is that there are 72 points in an inch. So if you select 72 points for your copy, you will get letters that are 1 inch tall. If you choose 36 point, they'll be ½ inch tall, and 18 point, ¼ inch tall. Is there any copy that's larger than 72 point? Yes, there is. The days that I worked at the newspaper, we had 344 point type, I remember. We used to call it second coming type. I guess that's the time that we're going to use that. And you'll notice that sometimes when you get very large copy, it'll look really good when it's printed, and sometimes when you go up in size, up to 72 or 90 point type, it won't look very good. And there's a reason for that, and I'll be explaining to you how to make your copy always look good, no matter what size you go up in. So that's points. A couple other terms. Default. We're going to talk about the default setting on the computer. Default simply means that the computer has a lot of settings built in. If you open up Word, most likely it will start in Geneva. It might start in 10 point or 12 point. All of those are default settings. It's already set your margins at 0 and 6 inches. It has set your top margin at 1 inch, your bottom margin at 1 inch, ½ inch on either side. Those are all default settings, and you can change those, and we'll go into how to change each of those default settings later on in the tape. Next term is word wrapping. Word wrapping simply means that when you get to the end of a line of type in Word, you'll automatically go to the next line without you hitting a carriage return. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with this if you've used a word processor. The only reason I bring this point up here is that in Microsoft Word, if you do a carriage return, if you reach down and hit the return on your keyboard, you automatically tell Word this is a brand new paragraph, even if it isn't a new paragraph. So remember, whenever you do a manual carriage return, you're telling the machine, you're telling the program, this is a new paragraph. Next term, reverse type. Reverse type simply means white letters on a black background versus black letters on a white background. We use this a lot to draw attention to a certain copy block. There's a few rules when using a PageMaker, for example, allows you to do reverse type. There's a few rules when using reverse type. First of all, never use it smaller than 18 point. Also, never put it in long copy blocks. And the reason is it's very difficult to read. I found that it's best to use reverse type in a headline or perhaps a price that is very large, one block that'll say $49 or $249. Reverse type shows up and stands out very much when you use it in that way. Okay, the last thing that I'd like to mention, actually the last two items as far as definitions,
Never
is
heard
leading,
this.
L-E-A-D-I-N-G, and this comes back from the good old line of type days when they wanted to separate a line of copy from another line of copy. They used to put a little strip of lead in between those two. Leading is simply the spacing in between your lines, and a lot of the new programs, including Word, will allow you now to adjust that space, and that is called adjusting the leading. In PageMaker, for example, you can set that. You can have 10 point type on 11 point leading, which will give you 1 point of space in between the two lines. So that's another term. The last term is font. Type font. Now in Microsoft Word, you are allowed to set the font that you want to use, and again, if we're going to use the Macintosh, let's use it to its fullest capacity. The Macintosh computer will do basically 80% of what a $40,000 photo typesetting machine will do, and mainly what that does is allow you to select your type fonts, your type styles, and your type sizes. It allows you to create any look that you would like with your copy. So type font is very important. Now type font, as I mentioned, is a type style. If I had you sit down and write out a line of copy with handwritten, yours would be a little different than mine. It'd be the same letters, the same words, but a little different style. Right now there are over 5,000 type fonts available for the Macintosh computer. Your computer will hold, without changing some of your software, up to 200 of these type fonts. In my computer I have 131. Of that 131 I basically use 2. I think the other 129 are there to impress people at Mac Academies. But you will find that you can put an incredible amount of fonts into your computer, as I mentioned, up to 200. So of all these 5,000 type fonts that are available out there, you can put those into 3 categories. There are 3 basic categories of type font. The first is called cursive or script. Now what that basically means is the type font that looks like calligraphy or looks like it was handwritten. Venice is the one that most of you have in your computer that's already built in. A few rules when using cursive or script font. First of all, again, never use it smaller than 18 point. Don't use it in long copy blocks. Try not to ever make it bold or to italicize it or to underline it, and especially don't ever use it in all caps. In fact, a general rule in all typography is to stay away from all caps. It's very difficult to read. But with cursive or script type, it is especially difficult to read. In fact, if you've seen some of the different uppercase letters in some of your different fonts, you might not even be able to recognize it. It almost looks like an oriental figure. So use those rules when using a cursive or a script type. The other 2 types of type font, there is serif and sans serif. Now, serif is the little line, the little extra line on the end of each of the letters. All the typography classes that I've attended and the studies I've seen shows that serif type is easier to read than sans serif type. Now, basically, the reason we're sitting down at our computers is to make it so someone else will read it, so it'll be easy to read. So I found that serif type is a little more formal looking, and it is also easier to read. You will also find that it looks more like a typewriter typeface, and I find it kind of ironic. Here we all had typewriters, and we threw the typewriters away, and we all went out and spent thousands of dollars on a computer, and then we try very hard to make our document look like it came off a typewriter. Well, I found that the most popular type fonts are the ones that look like a typewriter. It's a more personal look. Let me just suggest a few type fonts to you. If you are using a laser printer, you have a laser printer, I would suggest Times. Times is an excellent type font. It is a serif type, which means it's easier to read. It looks like it came off a typewriter, and it is also very condensed, which means you can get a lot of letters in a very small amount of space. If you are not using a laser printer, I would suggest Geneva, Boston, or New York. Again, they fit that criteria. They are serif types. They look like they came off a typewriter. They're not quite as condensed as Times is, but they are excellent. You will find them in a lot of textbooks, a lot of newspapers use that type font. If you would like a sans serif type font, Helvetica is the one that I would suggest. It is a very clean type font. Takes up a lot of space. In fact, I found a lot of textbooks use Helvetica, and I think it's because you can make a very small article look very long. A lot of people use that, and you'll find that in newspapers also. So Helvetica is an excellent type font. Many of you may have the experience of choosing a new type font on the Macintosh computer, and it looks great on the screen, and you go to print it out either on your laser writer or on your image writer, and for one of those two printers it doesn't look very good. It'll look great on one of them, and then you'll go to the laser printer and it won't look good, or vice versa. Let me give you a little rule of thumb when choosing your typefaces so that you know which one will look good on a laser printer and which one will look good on an image writer. You'll notice that most of the type fonts are named after cities: Boston, New York, Geneva, Stuttgart. The basic rule of thumb, there are some exceptions, but basically if it is named after a city, it will look good on your image writer printer. If it is not named after a city, it is most likely a PostScript font, or it was designed to look good on a laser printer. So all of your Courier, Times, Avant-Garde, Zap Dingbat, all of those different chubby, teeny tiny, each of those different type fonts were designed to be run on a laser printer. So again, rule of thumb, if it's named after a city, look good on your image writer. If it's not named after a city, it is most likely a PostScript font or a laser font, and look good on your laser printer. Okay, those are just some general terms, some general rules, some kind of general rules of thumb, and will help you a lot when planning your document. Now it's time that we turn to the computer. So what I have done is I've already opened up a document in Microsoft Word 4.0. You'll see it's called Randy's Ready Reference. All you do is click on the application, and you will get a blank piece of paper, or if you've already done a document, as I have here, all you need to do is double click, and that will launch that application, and you'll be able to start working in that. So here we go. As you can see, this is a regular letter in Word, and I'm going to go through some of the pull-down menus. The way to remember a pull-down menu is to kind of think back of the old blinds like your grandmother had. You used to reach up in the window and you pull that blind down. Exciting thing about the Macintosh and Microsoft is that as you pull down each of these menus, most of the words are in English. You'll recognize them. They're not some computer command. And I'm not going to go through each of the pull-down menus right now because we'll be using them in the next couple of hours, but I would like to spend a minute on the File menu. As I pull down the File menu, you'll notice some words that you'll recognize. There's New, Open, Close, Save, Save As, Delete, on down to Quit. You'll also notice opposite some of the commands, there will be a little symbol that looks like a four-leaf clover and a letter. What this allows you to do, as Microsoft said, anytime you want to do a command, you have one of two choices. You can either use the mouse and pull down the menu and select one of the commands, or you can simply use the keyboard. So whenever over to the right you see the little command symbol and a letter, that means if you hit Command N, it will do the same thing as selecting New. Command O opens a document. Now, New and Open simply means New says I'd like a brand new piece of paper that I've never written on or never given a name to. Open says I would like to open a document that I have already named, that I've already used, which is what I have done here. Close closes the piece of paper, or if you're thinking of your desktop as a real desktop, all that simply means is I'm taking this current piece of paper off of my desk. All right, now the next two items on here, Save and Save As, I'd like to talk about just for a moment. I don't think that there's a worse feeling that anyone has ever had working on a computer than when they have just been typing for 3 or 4 hours. They've been doing probably their best work. I mean, this is their greatest hits. And you've been sitting here and you've been typing away and the creative juices are flowing, and all of a sudden the lights get a little bright and then they dim and you hear an ominous ding and you look down and on your screen is a little box. Now down in the bottom, in the lower left-hand corner of the box, you'll find a bomb. A little picture of a bomb. It's kind of like Spy versus Spy back in the old Mad magazines. And off to the right of the bomb is probably the greatest understatement that's ever been written in computerdom. And what it basically says is, sorry, a system error has occurred. Now, I don't think there's a person that's ever used a computer, an IBM or a Macintosh or whatever, when experiencing a system error that doesn't think exactly the same thing. And that is, I hope I have not lost my document. Now, I'd like to point something out on the computer here, and that is, as I pull down this File menu, you will notice that the word hope does not appear. You will also notice that there is no such thing as Command M for miracle. The document, all the computers, I guess, fools you a little bit, and that is, as you're typing along and you see all the different words on the screen, you think it's remembering it, and it isn't remembering anything. Remember that the computer will only save a document when you tell it to save that document. As far as the letters that are on your document, if you ever need to tell it to save a document, you have to give the computer that command. You'll notice under File that there are two save commands, Save and Save As. Now, the rule of thumb is that you should save every screen load. Every time you've got a new screen load of copy, you should save your document. Now, to save your document, you simply come down and select Save. Or if you like to use your keyboard, you simply hit Command S. Now, as I say that, I know you sitting out there watching, you're not going to do that because nobody does. So I'd like to leave one last hint, I guess, when it comes to saving a document, and that is, in the 4 years I've used this computer, I have found that 90% of all of the bombs will occur when you go to print your document. And when you think about it, that's the worst possible time it could occur because you're all done. So please get into the habit of, before you hit Command P to print your document, or before you go up under File and go down and select Print, always save your document. If you do that, you'll write me letters of great thanks, because now if the dog runs under the table and grabs the cord and heads out in the backyard, when you turn your computer back on, it'll still be saved. Now, as we go down, the other one is Save As. Save As is a command that allows you to create what is called templates. Now, many of you would like to, for example, create a customer service letter. And let's say the first 3 paragraphs are always exactly the same, but you always have to add a 4th paragraph down at the bottom of your document. And it gets a little tiresome typing out the first 3 paragraphs over and over again. What Save As allows you to do is to create a document that has the first 3 paragraphs. Then, when you want to open that document up and make a change, simply open that document and call it your customer service letter. Make the changes you want to make, add the paragraph that you'd like to add, and then, instead of going to Save, go to Save As. And as you go down to Save As and select that, a little box will appear on the screen and say, what would you like to name this document? At that point, give it a new name, and when you close, you'll find that you have your original document, your customer service document, and you'll have your brand new one also. So that allows you not to have to go back in and recreate the original document. Simply make changes, make additions, and then save that document. Now, be sure and always give it another name, a different name, a unique name than the one that you just opened up. If you give it the same name, then what will happen is that it will replace your original document, and you'll only have the document remaining that has the changes. Okay, now we're going to get into Microsoft Word. Let me just mention that there are 7 functions I'm going to teach you today. In the advanced tape, or on the advanced tape, or if you go to Mac Academy in the advanced class, you'll learn how to do side-by-side paragraphs, you'll learn how to do headers and footers, and you'll learn how to do style sheets and automatic outlining, and all of those are nice features. But realistically, 99% of the time that you spend on your computer, you will only do 7 functions, and that's what I'm going to teach you in this class. So those are the 7 that we're going to go through today. And I've learned something about Microsoft software and about Macintosh software, and that is 20% of the features that are on there are so easy that you can pop them into the computer and figure them out. In fact, the biggest advantage to the Apple Macintosh is you don't need to read the manuals to use it. You'll also find that the biggest disadvantage to the Macintosh computers is that you don't need to read the manuals to use it. And so we pop our disk in there and we learn 20% of it, and we never learn the other advanced features that the program has. So the 20% you can figure out by yourself. 20% of it you'll probably never use. We are becoming very feature laden. In fact, some people call it featureitis in some of the new programs, and there are things it'll do that you'll never want to do. So it's the other 60% that we're going to focus on today. So let's go through those 7 features, 7 functions in Microsoft Word. The first one is called Select selecting. Now, we used to call this highlighting, but now some of the new programs have a function called highlighting also. So we'll call it selecting, which simply means telling the computer, this is what I want to work on. So let's go through the selecting features of Microsoft Word. First of all, to select a letter. To select a letter, you simply click and drag. Now, your mouse only does three things. It clicks, it double clicks, and it clicks and drags, which means clicking the mouse down and dragging it over something. So to select a letter, we click and drag over the letter. Next is to select an entire word. Now, we can do it the slow way, and that is we can click in front of the first letter and drag over each letter, or you can do it the quick way, and that is to double click on the word. You can double click on any word that you'd like and select that word. Now, the next selection technique is selecting an entire line. Now, for some of you that have used Microsoft Works or MacWrite, you might be familiar with some of these selecting techniques. This one gets a little unusual because it uses the selection bar. The only thing unusual about selection bars, you can't see it. So I want you to watch the I-beam, watch the little point where right now that the mouse is, and as it goes to the left, you will notice that the I-beam turns into an arrow. Notice as it goes to the left, it turns into an arrow. When it turns into an arrow, you are in the selection bar. So to select a line, simply go over to the left of the line in the selection bar and click once. To select an entire line of copy, go to the selection bar and click once, and it will select the entire line. Now, to select an entire paragraph, we also use the selection bar. Simply go over to the paragraph and double click in the selection bar, and it will select the entire paragraph. So a quick review. To select a letter, click and drag over the letter. To select a word, double click on the word. To select a line, single click in the selection bar. To select a paragraph, double click in the selection bar. All right, now the next one is to select multiple paragraphs. Now you may have noticed that I just used the scrolling bar over here to the side. If you need to go up in your document or down in your document, you simply click on the arrows, and each click will take you down one line at a time. If you're in a big hurry, you can actually grab the little elevator in the shaft and you can move it around in your document. Now, this is very common in all of the different Microsoft and Macintosh programs. Okay, to select more than one paragraph, simply go over to the selection bar, double click to select the first paragraph, keep holding the mouse down, and as you drag it to the bottom, you will notice it will select every paragraph one paragraph at a time. So to select more than one paragraph, go over to the left, double click, and drag the mouse down, and it will select every paragraph one paragraph at a time. Now the next selection technique is to select your entire document. Now this comes in really handy if you have typed about 17 pages and you want to suddenly double space instead of single space and you need to select your entire document. To do that, go anywhere in your document. It can be the beginning or the middle or the end. Simply hold your command key down and click once. If you hold the command key down, now the command key is two keys to the left of your space bar. If you hold the command key down and click once, it will select your entire document. Now as you scroll through your document, you will notice that it's all selected. That one comes in really handy. Now the next one is not used a lot, but does come in handy, and that is how to select an odd grouping of words. Let's say, for example, that you would like to select 5 words, or you'd like to select a paragraph and a half or a page and a half. The way to do that is to simply click where you would like the selection to start. Now in this case, I want it to start right before the word I, and then go down and click where you want it to stop. But if I click right now, it would just simply move the cursor to that point, so I have to do something else. So to make that selection, simply click where you want it to start, go down to where you want it to stop, and hold your shift key down as you make the second click, and you will notice it selects everything in between those two spots. So once again, click where you want it to start, and go down to where you want your selection to stop, hold the shift key down, and click the second time, and it will click in between those two spots. You find that comes in really handy when you want to select something like a page and a half. You simply click where you want it to start, and then scroll through to the second page, and as you get to the point where you want it to stop, then you can hold the shift key down and click, and it will select everything in between those 2 points. Okay, that's selecting. Now everything else that I'm going to teach you in this 2-hour tape is based on selecting. You've always got to select first and tell the computer this is what I'd like to have you work on. Okay, the next function is called deleting. I want to take something out of my document, and it is extremely simple. Deleting is simply select and then hit your backspace key. On some of your computers, it says backspace on your key. It's up in the upper right-hand corner. Some of them it says delete. Same key. All right, so right here we've got Word Workshop. If I would like to get rid of the word workshop, I simply select it and hit my backspace key. Select backspace key. If I wanted to get rid of my entire document right now, all I'd have to do is select the entire document, hit my backspace key, and it would all be gone. Now, for example, if I would like to delete this paragraph, I simply select it and hit my backspace key. Now, sooner or later, you're going to be using a Macintosh, and you're going to do that, and then you're going to wish you didn't do that. It's called repentance, I guess. And they knew that was going to happen, and so they put in a nice little feature. And you'll notice I just deleted my first paragraph, and all of a sudden I decided I really didn't want to do that. If you will go up under the Edit menu, you will find a nice little command called Undo. Now, if I select Undo, you will notice that my paragraph comes back. The undo feature. Now I decided that what I need in life is an undo button. Whenever I do anything really dumb, I simply push undo and I start over again. Well, it works in Macintosh, it doesn't work in life. Let me just tell you something about the undo button, and that is it will only remember the last function that you did. You cannot go back and say, remember that paragraph I deleted about 6 minutes ago. It only remembers the last function that you did, and it will allow you to bring that back. So that's the undo feature. That's deleting in Microsoft Word. Now the next thing that you're going to want to do is inserting. Now what that means is I want to put copy into my document, or I want to type some copy. And again, it is extremely easy to simply click and type. So right now if I want to put the word workshop into my document, I simply type, click where I want it to go, and type it in. Now of course the nice thing about word processing is that I could type in 29 pages at this point, and it would just keep scrolling my document down and adding all the copy. All right, so we've gone through deleting, we've gone through inserting. Now I want to combine those two into the next function, and that is deleting and inserting at the same time. You're going to want to do that a lot because that's how you correct copy. For example, if you put in an O and it should have been an I, you're going to want to take the O out and put the I in. So let's go through deleting and inserting. Now, 2 ways you could do it. You could do it the long way, and that is you could highlight what you don't want and push the delete key, and then you could type in what you do want, as I just showed you. Now that's kind of a long way to do it. Microsoft Word allows you to do both of them with one function, and that is simply highlight what you don't want and type in what you do want. So remember to delete and insert at the same time. Highlight what it is or select what it is that you do not want, and simply type in what you do want. Highlight what you don't want, type in what you do want. So if it's just one letter, you want to change an O, for example, to an I, simply highlight it and type in what you want. If you're trying to change that from the I to the O, which is what it should be, select it and then type in the new letter. All right. Now, the next thing that we want to do once we have deleted and we have inserted and we have highlighted is that we are going to want to move copy around in our document. And if you remember, if any of you have ever used an IBM or one of those programs where it's working over the last few years, there are two kinds of people. There are some people that think in pictures, and there are others that think in numbers or words. Well, Macintosh thinks in pictures. And I've found that if you'll ever remember why something does something or how it does it, it isn't as important that you remember exactly what buttons to push or what words to find in the pull-down menu if you remember how it's working. So we're going to be using cut and paste. And I've got a little way of remembering cut and paste. If you'll think back to the days of when you were in kindergarten, they used to give you a pair of scissors. Now in our class, they had blended ends, so we wouldn't stab each other. And then they gave us a bottle of paste, which we ate. In fact, I found I had high cholesterol the other day, and it's probably all that paste rolling around in there. But if you remember what you did, you used to take the scissors and you would cut around the picture, and you cut it out, and then you take some paste and you'd stick it on the back of the picture, and you would put it where you wanted it. That's exactly how cut and paste works on the Apple Macintosh computer. Cutting and pasting. So let's do that in our document now. What we want to do is we want to move the first paragraph somewhere else in our document. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to highlight it, or select it, excuse me. Then we'll go up under Edit, and you'll come down, and again, remember the pair of scissors, we cut it out. We just selected cut out of the Edit menu, and you'll notice it disappeared. Now all you have to do is go down into your document where you would like it to appear, select a point, where an insertion point, now go back up to Edit, and again, remember kindergarten, we simply paste it in, and there it is. You cut it out, and then you paste it where you want it. Now, let me just ask you a question, and I hope if you've been following along. Since it simply disappeared, where did it go? Well, the Macintosh has two storage areas. There are two storage areas in the Macintosh computer. One is long-term, one is short-term. Now, one of them is RAM and one of them is ROM, but don't remember that. It doesn't have to be that technical. You have a scrapbook under the Apple menu. That's your long-term. What that means is if you cut something out and paste it into the scrapbook, it will be there when you turn your computer off and turn it back on. You have another storage area, and it's really just a holding area, and it's called the clipboard. You never see it, but it's a little tiny storage area that when you have taken something, you just want it held for a few minutes, and you're going to be doing something with it, it goes to the clipboard. Cut and paste utilizes the clipboard. So what that means is when I cut that paragraph out, it went to the clipboard until I told it where to paste it. Now again, remember, the clipboard will only hold one thing at a time, and it'll only hold the last item that you put on it. As a matter of fact, when you use undo, that's where it goes. And so if you ever put something on the clipboard, you turn your computer off, when you turn it back on, it will not be there anymore. So that's how cut and paste works. All right, let's go back down into the program now. So we've gone through three of the functions. Now the next one that we want to go through, and this is one of the ones that you'll probably be using the most, is style changes. I want to change the look of my copy. I want it to look differently. Now the first thing that most people want to do is they want to take a word, a headline, and they want to make it bold, or they would like to italicize it, or they'd like to underline it. Now there are actually three ways to do this in Microsoft Word, so let's go through one of the ways, first of all, and that is under Format. Now you'll notice I highlighted whatever it was I wanted to change. I now go under Format, and down here on the bottom you will notice the commands, bold. So if I select that, my word is now bold. If I come down under Italic, you'll notice it is now italicized. If I come down and select Underline, it is now underlined. Now also, if I decide I do not want any of those style changes, I go back under Format and I come down and deselect bold. Now if you'll think about the selections as toggle switches, they're either turned on or they're off. So right now, if I want to go down Italic, as you can see the little check mark says it's turned on. I can deselect that, and now I can come down and deselect Underline. Now some of you have been using Microsoft Word for a while, and you've made some words in your document bold or underline them, and later went and changed those, and all of a sudden you went to type, and you noticed that all of a sudden you were typing in a new typeface or a new size. I can tell you what the reason for that is and how to keep that from happening. A lot of times what happened is somebody went down and made a word bold, then they went down and underlined it. A little later you changed your mind, and some of you figured out that if you come down and select plain text, it will take away those commands all at once. It's kind of a little shortcut. Well, the problem with that is plain text also takes away any other commands that you've given your document. So if you started up in Geneva and you've changed to times, you started in 10 point and you've gone to 12, and you go down and select plain text, it erases all those commands. So the key to making sure that you stay in the same typeface and style that you're in is simply go down and deselect bold and come down and deselect underline if you do not wish those commands to be there. Okay, that's one way to do it. Now there's a little shortcut that I'd like to give all of you right now, and actually these shortcuts work in almost all of the Macintosh applications, and it'll save you a great deal of time. Now if you will remember that what you're going to do on all of these commands is you're going to press two keys at once, and they are your Command key and your Shift key. Now in the old version 3.02 it didn't tell you about these on your pull-down menu. Now under Format you'll even find that it shows you these commands. They are key command equivalents of what we've just been doing. So you're going to start all these commands by holding two keys down, your Command key and your Shift key. Now your Shift key is the uppercase key, or to make all your letters uppercase. All right, so right now if we want to make the word workshop bold, we hold down Command Shift B, and you'll notice it went bold. So Command Shift B makes your work bold. Command Shift I will italicize it. Command Shift U underlines your word. So notice I haven't even used the mouse at all. I haven't moved it around at all. I've just used my keyboard. Now again, I can also deselect or turn the toggle switch off by doing the same commands. Command Shift I takes away the italics. Command Shift U takes away the underline. Command Shift B takes away the bold. So you'll find that as a shortcut. And as I said, that works in a lot of your other programs, your other Macintosh programs. Now there's one other shortcut using these same commands that will save you more time. I used to get so frustrated when I tried to decide the size I wanted my copy. I'd go up and I'd choose 9 point and it'd be too small, and then I'd choose 36 point and it'd be too large, and then I'd choose 18 point and it'd be too small, and I'd go back and forth and waste a lot of time. And I used to wish, wouldn't it be nice if you could look at the word workshop there and say, what would that look like one size bigger? What would it look like another size bigger and another size bigger? No, that's too big. I'd like to go smaller, smaller, smaller. Well, that is now available. So let me tell you how to do that. If you want to make something larger and see how it would look in a larger size, simply hold down your Command key, your Shift key, and then remember back to arithmetic and some of your algebra, and hit the greater than key. Now if you don't remember the symbol of the greater than, it looks like a V laying on its side. Greater than is on the same button as your period, and the less than key is on the same button as your comma key. So if I want to make my words larger, I hit Command Shift greater than. If I want it larger again, Command Shift greater than. Now if I want to go down in size, Command Shift less than, Command Shift less than, Command Shift less than. I think you'll find that as a great shortcut. That has saved me literal hours on the computer by using that in Word and other programs. So again, Command Shift less than takes it down sizes, Command Shift greater than will take it up. All right, so that's the second way that you can do the size. And or first way that you can do the size. The second way to do the size is to pull down your font menu. Font. Now under font, you will notice all your sizes. We have, if you want to make it 12 point, select 12 point. If you'd like to go up to 24 point, you can go up to 24 point, all the way down to 9 point. By the way, 9 point has a special use, and that's for real estate contracts. Okay, so we go back up 12 point, all the way back up to 18 point. Now, by pulling down the font menu, you can also change the type font. Now in the old Microsoft 3.02, it only listed a few type fonts here, and you had to go into the character dialog box to get all of the choices of all the fonts that are in your computer. Now, you will find there's only, looks like 8 or 9 here in this computer, but if I had 100 in here, it will simply scroll down. You'll also notice that they have changed position. Points used to be down the bottom and the font used to be on top, and those are now different positions. So if I want to change my type font, I've still got Workshop highlighted. Then I select Boston. There's what Boston looks like. If I want to select Helvetica, there's Helvetica. And on down the line, there's Times, which is what we started in. So for a quick way to change size or to change font, simply select what it is you'd like to change, go up under font and select the size and the type font that you want. I'd like you to notice something at this point. I'd like you to notice the sizes, 9, 10, 12. All of them are outlined. Let me show you what I mean by outlined. If I select Boston, for example, you'll notice now that 12 is outlined, but 9, 10, 14, 18, 24 are all solid. If I come down here and select Venice, then you'll notice that 12 and 14 and 24 are outlined, and the others are solid. Now those are done for a reason. Let me just explain this for a minute. When they created the Apple Macintosh computer, they realized that there were really roughly 250 spots in there for fonts. Apple themselves used 50 of those, and so it left you with roughly 200. Problem is that every font in every size is seen by the computer as a separate font. What that means is times 10 is one font, times 12 is another, actually times bold is another, so they quickly ran out of room. So what Apple decided to do was what we're going to do is we're only going to install certain sizes of each font into the computer. Now without getting too technical, and I don't want to lose anybody out there, but basically what that says is some of the sizes are installed in the computer, and others the computer has to make a version of that size. What does that mean to you? That simply means that some sizes are going to look better when they're printed than other sizes. So to allow you to know the difference, what they have done is they have outlined the installed sizes, and they have put the sizes that are not installed in solid black. Now again, what does that mean to you? Simply this: the sizes that are black aren't going to look as good as the outline sizes. So if you're always trying to make your copy look good, always select the outline sizes. Now I use Times all the time, so I installed every size in Times. Geneva or some of the others, Venice, I hardly ever use them, so there's only a few sizes installed. And that also is going to come in handy in a few minutes. All right, so that's the way that you can change very quickly both your sizes and your fonts. Now there's another way that allows you a few more options and is a little slower, and that is if you go under Format and select Character. Now this opens up your character dialog box, and for some of you that have not used 4.0 before, you'll notice it looks a little different. First of all your fonts now are in what is called a drop-down menu, and if I click on the little arrow there, they all are hidden under Font. If I want the sizes, I simply click on the arrow. Now, it will only show you, when you're in the character dialog box, the installed sizes. Those are the only ones that will show up. All of those sizes that were black under the font will not show up. And you'll notice now you have options of color. You got black, blue, green, magenta, all the different colors, and you can simply select each one of those. If you've got a color monitor, they'll show up in the different colors. If you've got a color printer, then this allows you to print out each of your different plates. You can print out a black plate and a blue plate and whatever. All right, you'll notice all of your different options. You've got a lot of underline options now, your superscript, subscript, and also, as I was mentioning before, you have got even some spacing options now, which we'll go into later on. Right now, the only other thing I wanted to point out here is what if you want a size of copy that is larger than the options that it gave you? I think ours went up to 24 at that point. What would happen if I wanted 119 point type? Well, all you do is come up here to the size box and type in whatever size you'd like. Now here I type in 119. If I put on OK, then the computer will basically break its rear end trying to come up with 119 point type. Now I mentioned at the beginning of the tape that sometimes when you go up in size, it'll look really nice when it's printed and sometimes it won't. What is the secret to that? The secret to that are those outline sizes. So here's a little rule to remember. Whenever you're going up in size and typing in sizes that are larger than the ones given, always go up in multiples of the outline sizes. Always go up in multiples of the installed sizes. Now if you'll remember, 12 was installed in one of the fonts we were looking at. So if you're going to go up in size in that font, go to 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, 72. Don't go to 31 or 35 or 59 because again the computer will have to make a version of that and it won't look good when it's printed. So if you want larger sizes, just think about it. Find one of the installed sizes that's outlined, double it, triple it, quadruple it, and it'll always look as good as the smaller size. Okay, we don't want to keep with 119 points, so let's go back to 24 point and say OK. And now when we go back to our document, there we are at 24 point. Okay, so that is how you change the sizes and the styles and the fonts in Microsoft Word. And as you'll notice, you've got a lot of options. There's a lot of quick ways to do it. There are a lot of longer ways that give you more options. Now, we have spent about a third of the tape so far going through the preliminary parts and through basically the first 5 techniques that you need to learn how to use. And that means that we've only got 2 left, and obviously we don't have a great deal of time, or we've got a lot of time left on the tape, and so they must be a little harder, and they are. And that is utilizing the ruler in Microsoft Word. Now, a lot of you that have used Microsoft Works or have used MacWrite know about a ruler. But in those programs, you went up and you got the ruler, and you went down and you put it into your copy. You literally put it above the paragraph. You got into Word, and all of a sudden the ruler looked the same, but when you went to use it, then suddenly you couldn't move it, and you lost the security of having it right above the paragraph. And so one of the most confusing parts, I guess, to switching to Microsoft Word is using the ruler. So let's go through that right now, and let me just give you a golden rule to using the ruler in Microsoft Word, and that is simply this. The ruler will command whatever you select in your document or whatever you're going to type. Now, let me say that again. You're going to bring down a ruler, and we're going to make some changes. And you're going to wonder, will that change my entire document? Will it change what I'm going to type? Just remember that any changes we make in the ruler will only affect if your document's already open. If you do not select anything in the document, it won't change anything. If you select a paragraph, which is what we're going to do here in a minute, and you make a change in the ruler, it will change that paragraph only. So again, the rule is the ruler will command whatever you're going to type or whatever you select in your current document. I think that'll make a little more sense here in a minute. So let's go back to the computer here, and let's bring out a ruler. Now, the ruler can be found. You can either hit your Command key and R, or you can go up to Show Ruler. And there is the ruler, and it'll look familiar to most of you. So let's go through all the options in the ruler. First of all, you'll notice some little boxes under the 3-inch mark. 3 to 4 inch, there are 4 boxes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are your justification boxes. Justification. So let's change the justification of this paragraph. Now again, I select it because the ruler will only command or make changes in what I select or what I'm going to type. Right now, you'll notice that the first box is already selected. That's the default selecting. That is justified left, flush left. So you'll notice if you never make any changes, every time you type, it will be flush left. The second option or the second box is centered. And you'll notice that centers my paragraph. You'll also notice that paragraphs don't look too good centered. The third option is flush right. And the fourth option is justified left and right. Now let me just mention something about justifying both left and right. You'll notice it looks really nice. We've got a nice straight left edge. We've got a nice straight right edge. But you'll also notice whenever you use this option that you'll get some strange spacing in your document. Some words will have... This is a nice little option. It does make it look good, but remember you give something up when it looks really strange is if you only got 3 words in your sentence. It'll stick one way over to the left, it'll stick one way over to the right, and it'll leave the third one floating around in the middle somewhere. I found that the key to using this is very narrow columns. There's a lot of space to fill, and it looks really nice dual justified if you've got narrow columns. When you get 8.5 by 11, you can really get some strange looks sometimes. So again, let's go through the 4 options. We can go flush left, we can go centered, we can go flush right, and we can dual justify both left and right. Now, as I mentioned, paragraphs don't look too good centered. Headlines look great centered. So if I come up here and select my headline and hit centered, it will center my headline. If I select my subhead and hit centered, it will center my subhead, and you'll notice those look very nice. So those are your justification boxes. Let's go on to the next ones. We'll use this paragraph again. Those are spacing boxes, and they're under the 4-inch mark, and there are 3 of them. 1, 2, and 3. Single space, double space, and triple space. Now, you'll notice if I want to change my spacing, I simply select the second box, there's double space, select my third box, there's triple space. Single, double, and triple. Now, for you purists in the audience, you will find out that this is not really single, double, and triple. It is really space, space and a half, double space. If you ever go to compare it to a typewriter, you'll find out that it is space, space and a half, double space. Okay, so that's your spacing options. If you want to change your entire document, simply select your entire document and then hit the one desired. If you want to start a document, just go ahead and select that to begin with, and of course, it'll affect whatever you're going to type. The next little option, under the 5-inch mark, there are 2 boxes. The one that is already selected and a second one. Now, I have a certain way that I like to type. You'll notice in this document that I single space all of my paragraphs, and then you'll notice I double space in between paragraphs. And for most of you, if you want to double space in between paragraphs, you'd hit your carriage return twice. Well, in Microsoft Word, they've made that a little easier, and that is they put a little box that if you will select this, excuse me, they will automatically give you 2 spaces every time you hit a carriage return. So the second box, when selected, will give you 2 spaces every time you hit a carriage return, which is normally for most of us between paragraphs. Now, for you 3.02 users, you remember a little X sitting over here. The little X cancels all your commands in your ruler. You will now notice that there's a little scale icon, and we'll be using that in a few minutes. So those are the options between the 3 and the 5-inch mark. All right, now what we want to do is we want to go into margins. We want to set margins. Now, setting margins in Microsoft Word is extremely simple, and I found that the best way to remember that is, again, to remember back a few years and to remember back to the old manual Royal typewriters. We used to have these big, heavy typewriters. We use them for anchors nowadays, but they had the big manual typewriters. And to set a margin, you'd go up on top of the carriage, and there was a ruler along the carriage. And there was a button up on top of the ruler, and you'd push that button down, and you'd move it over to where you wanted your margin and let go, and that became a hard, fast margin. And then if you started to type, and do a carriage return, you just type over the same letter over and over again. Well, Microsoft Word setting margins is exactly the same. So let's go back here to the computer for a moment. And if you look up on your ruler, there is a little diamond-shaped triangle up here, a little triangle, up here under the 0, and a little triangle under the 6. Those are your two margins. Now to change my margins, I simply select what I'd like to change, and reach over here and click on the right-hand margin and drag it to where I want it. Now watch my paragraph. As I drag my margin, you'll notice it changes. Now why is not my entire document changing? Remember, the ruler only commands what I've selected or what I'm going to type, so the rest of my document is staying with the same margins. So this allows you to set different margins for every paragraph if you like. So to set the right-hand margin, simply click and drag. Now to set the left-hand margin works exactly the same. I simply click and drag, and you'll notice immediately the margin follows whatever setting that I have used. Simply click and drag. Now some of you have a good TV and you can see really well, you'll notice that the left-hand margin looks a little different than the right-hand margin. It is actually 2 triangles, whereas the right-hand margin is 1. That allows you to do what is called custom left-hand margins. What that means is the top part of the triangle can be moved independently from the bottom part. Now again, I find that if you'll remember certain rules, you'll do better on the computer. You might want to remember this rule. The top triangle commands the first line of your paragraph. The bottom triangle commands the rest of your paragraph. Top triangle, the first line. Bottom triangle, the rest of your paragraph. What that means is you can set a different margin for the first line of your paragraph. So let's do that. If I reach up here and I grab the first triangle, you'll notice it moves by itself, and if I move it over to here and let go, I get this. I want everybody to look at that paragraph. You'll notice now that my margin for the first line is right there. My margin for the rest of the paragraph is there. Does anybody see a nice use for that? That's your custom left-hand margin. That's your automatic indentation. Now, how have you been indenting? Well, most people reach down and hit their space bar 5 times. Actually, most people don't. Most people hit their tab key. And they'll notice that the tab key goes over too far. It goes over 8 spaces, but most people do it because it's easy. So again, if you want to set your automatic indentation, by the way, 2.5 of these little marks over here happens to be 5 spaces, which is kind of standard. You can set that anywhere you like. If I move it over to here, you can see I can bring that margin or that indentation anywhere that I like. All right, so now every time that you do a return, you'll automatically, your first line will be indented. Now, not only can I move the top part of that triangle to the right, I can also move it to the left. This is officially called a hanging indent, by the way. Sounds like something you do on your foot. Now, watch what I mean. If I move the entire margin over to the left, I can reach up and take the top part of that margin and move it back. Or excuse me, move it all to the right. Now I can take the top margin and move it to the left, and I end up with something that looks like that. And you say, well, that's really nice, but why would I ever use it? Some of you that have been trying to do this, an immediate use for it. So again, watch what I've done. I've moved the top line to the left of the rest. When would we use that? Well, let me give you a good example. Let's say right now we were going to do a lease for a piece of property. Now let's just pretend right now that we've got people standing there in front of us and we're over on our Macintosh and we're going to type out the rules to living in our property. So we sit down and we say, the following are the rules for living in my house. Number 1, I want you to keep your crummy dog off of my brand new carpet. If you don't, I will shoot both you and your dumb dog. So there. Okay, then you go down to number 2. Okay, now a lot of you've had the opportunity of printing a document that needs something like this. You've used 1, 2, 3, 4, some nesting, or you've used A, B, C, D, or a lot of you've used bullets. Now, realistically, when you typed your document, is this what you wanted it to look like? It isn't. What you wanted is you wanted the 1 and the 2 to line up nice and even, and then you wanted all your words to line up nice and straight. Now, let me just mention something to you here for a moment. A lot of you, when you started Microsoft Word, went in and tried to make this happen. And how did you make it happen? Well, most of you figured out, well, there's got to be a way to force that line over. So let me show you what a lot of you did. First thing that you did is, well, I know what I'll do. I'll just click in front of carpet here, and then I'll hit my space bar. Now, when you hit your space bar, and you may not be able to see my space bar right now, but it freezes up. Nothing happens. And you say, well, that's all right. What I'll do is hit my tab key. Now, when you hit your tab key, you get something like that. You say, well, that's not a problem either. What I'll do now is I'll just hit my backspace key. So when you hit your backspace key, then it goes right back to where it was. And about now is when people start getting frustrated. So what I have found most people did to make this happen is you type your first line of copy, you anticipated when your second line of copy was going to jump down on the next line, you did a manual carriage return, and then you spaced it over 1 at a time and tried to line it up. I had a lady the other day tell me it took her 4 hours to do 2 pages, 1 through 10, trying to line it up. Now, you can do it that way if you like, but watch this. All you have to do is select your copy and go over and say, okay, I want my words to line up there, and I would like my numbers to line up there, and you've got an automatic exactly what you wanted, which you'll all find is extremely easy. Now, let me just mention, I did that kind of the long way just so that you could see how it worked, and that is I grabbed the whole margin and moved it over, and then I grabbed the left-hand margin and moved it back. There's a simpler way to do that, and that is if you would like to move the bottom triangle all by itself, all you need to do is hold down your shift key. Now, when you hold down your shift key, that will allow you to move the bottom independently. If you do not hold down your shift key and you just grab it, the whole margin moves. So again, if you want to move the bottom to command the whole rest of your paragraph other than the first line, simply hold down the shift key and move it to where you'd like that to be. And again, that's called hanging indent. All right, well, we're coming along here. You now know how to do margins in Microsoft Word. Now let's get into tabs. In the new program 4.0, they made some dramatic changes, and most of those dramatic changes you will see in our advanced class. 2 of the most dramatic you will see in the basics class, and one I'm coming right up, and that's when it comes to making tables. So I will show you both the old way and the new option for doing tables. So let's go through setting tabs first of all. Your tab settings are up in the ruler from the 1.5 inch mark over to about the 2.5 inch mark, and you'll notice there are 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. To set a tab, by the way, Microsoft Word already has tabs set, default settings if you don't change them. And that is if I hit my tab button, it will go over to the 1/2 inch mark, the 1 inch mark, the 1.5, 2. So you have tabs already set every 1/2 inch. Most of you have been using those. Now, if you want to set a tab other than those, then you can come up here and set the tabs in your ruler. There are 4 kinds of tabs, so let me explain each of the different tabs. The first one, if I set tab number 1, it will line up all of my copy to the right of my tab mark. If I select tab number 2, that will center all of my copy under the tab mark. And I used to say in my class, that was a nice little option, but I never saw what you'd use it for. And one person mentioned that that's a good way to center your heading over your tab, over the column. So again, the second tab centers your copy under the tab. The third tab, when you set that mark and you go to type, will type all of your copy to the left of that tab mark. So again, and we'll use the fourth one here in a minute. First one, which is your default tab, always puts all your copy to the right. The second one centers your copy. The third one puts all your copy to the left. So let's set some tabs. The first thing you do is click on the one you want. If it happens to be the first one, you don't even have to click on it because it's already selected. Now you don't have to drag, you don't have to do anything. Just simply go up into your ruler and click where you'd like a tab. I'd like one right there, I'd like one right there, and I'd like one way over there. And you'll notice it put a little arrow in my ruler so I can see it. Now if I hit my tab button, it automatically goes over to 2, goes to 3, and goes over to 4.5. And when I backspace, it goes back to those same settings. So to set a tab, simply click on the one you want, go up into the ruler, and click where you'd like that tab. Now you can still move them if you'd like. You can move them over to where you'd like them. Now if for some reason you don't want those tabs anymore, anymore. To get rid of a tab, simply click on it, pull it out of the ruler, and get rid of it. And you'll notice they've all disappeared. So let's do a quick table right now. Let's say this was a sales report, and this first one is for January, and we go over to our 2-inch tab mark, and this is for Susan. Now the next thing I want to do is put a column of numbers, and I don't know how many of you have tried to make a column of numbers line up in Microsoft Word, but it's almost impossible to make them line up evenly. You'll start getting a wavy line unless you use the decimal tab. The only way to get a column of numbers to line up in Word is to use the decimal tab, and that's the 4th tab right here. So we're going to have a column of numbers. Let's select the decimal tab, go up and say we would like that column at the 4-inch mark. Now when I tab over there, it will allow me to type in the numbers. So I type in 112. Then we go down to February. This is still Susan's sales. She sold $89 in February. And now we'll go down to March, and Susan sold $212. And in April, Susan sold $41. That's a bad month. Okay, now you will notice that my numbers line up exactly because of the tab mark, or the decimal tab setting. You don't have to put decimals, by the way. If you just want to put whole numbers, it takes for granted that there is a tab after the last whole number. So that's the way that you use the tab settings. That's the way you line up numbers. Now, while I have got this open at this point, I'd like to show you another feature of Microsoft Word, and that is, wouldn't it be nice while we had this if we could make Microsoft Word add the column of numbers? Now, the new 4.0 not only adds, it subtracts, multiplies, and divides, which we're going to on the advanced tape. But right now, if I wanted to add this column of numbers, and this works exactly the same in 3.02, all I have to do is a couple of functions, and the first one I need to do is to highlight this column. And you'll also notice that's the first little problem you're going to have. Now, watch what happens when I go and try and highlight this column of numbers. The 112, no problem. I drop down, and right now, if I do that, I'm going to add up 3 Susans, February, March, and April, which is really not what I was trying to do. What I wanted to do is I wanted to come along and to be able to highlight the column only. I was doing this the other day, and a fellow in my class said, well, mine knew that. No, it's just mine. It's the only program that left. All right, let me show you how to make that happen. To highlight a column, simply hold down your Option key, and your Option key is right to the left of your Command key. Hold down the Option key, and now as you drag, it will just drag over the numbers. This comes in really handy. Let's say right now, if I wanted to make, as I look at my report here, I look down and I say, Susan would look a lot better if that was in bold. Now, used to, I would have to come over and I'd have to highlight that one, go up and select bold, and then highlight that one, go up and select bold. Now, all I have to do is hold down the Option key, and you'll notice that I can select all 4 Susans at once. Now I can go up to bold, and you'll notice now I have 4 bold Susans, which might be kind of interesting. All right, so let's get back to adding this column of numbers. To add the column of numbers, simply hold down your Option key, highlight the column of numbers. Now, if you still got 3.02, you're going to want to go under Document. If you've got 4.0, you'll come under Utilities. A lot of the features have been moved over to Utilities. And you'll want to come down and select Calculate, or you can hit your Command equals button. Now, when you do that, it'll look like nothing happened. But if you'll look way down in the lower part of your screen, you'll see $454 appeared in this little box. That just happens to be the total of that column. Now, you just want to know what it is, you can stop right at that point. If you'd like to print that total, now all you do is select where you'd like it to show up, go up under Edit, and go to Paste, and there's your total. Now, most of you probably figured out just now that since I went up to Paste, that number was residing in the clipboard. That is really nice, allows us to paste it, but it also presents a problem. And that problem is if I notice that some of my numbers are wrong, and I go back to correct those numbers, let's say that should be 412 instead of 312, and I make the change, you'll notice it does not change my total. Once it goes up to the clipboard, they are disassociated, the components to the sum, and what that means is you have to go through and add them up again if you go through and change your totals. All right, so that's adding, that's doing columns. Now, as I mentioned, in the new Microsoft Word, it has given us a brand new option which makes making tables extremely easy. Now, as you'll notice, the way I did those tables there, I had to set all my tabs and then try and line them up and make them even and do all those different items. Right now, let me make sure that my preferences are set correctly here. I want to show the table grid line, so we're okay. Let's go up, and there's a new feature which you will find under Document. And what that new feature allows you to do is to create a table and to create all the parameters of that table long before you're there. So let's go up under Document and go down to Insert Table. Now, if any of you have used Microsoft Excel, this is going to start becoming very familiar to you. It simply asks you now, how many columns would you like? Well, we would like 3. It asks you how many rows you would like, and I would like 4. Now, as you select these, it will automatically allow you to say what width you would like, or if you use a certain amount of columns, it will figure that for you. And I say, okay, I want 3 columns, I want 4 rows. And if I go down here to OK now, you will notice that a little grid will appear in my program, and it will show where I'm going to make those columns. Now, if you want to see what those look like, we can go up here and we can go down to the Show Symbols and come up in our program, and there we have got our new grid. You'll also notice now that I can click on the little scale icon and change my ruler. I actually have 4 of the different ruler settings. I can have a ruler setting that shows a margin for each of my columns, so I can change the margin. I can come up and go back to the original ruler. I can come to this one that shows a little T, and I'll leave it there for just a moment. Now that I've got my little grid showing here, and you'll notice it gave me 3 columns, and it gave me 4 different rows coming down. I can now type Susan, for example, and now you use your tab button. And your tab button works just like Excel. It'll go from cell to cell. And I can go along now and select and put in each of the different factors. I could put in January at this point and go along and put my different sales figures. Now, if I want to change the sizes, I can go up in my ruler and I can grab that little T, and you'll notice I can move. Now, at the moment, the only one that's moving is where my cursor was. So that was the top row. You get that back to basically where it was, and I can set these any way that I'd like. So you now have 2 options when it comes to making tables, and you will find that this table function, especially if you're used to Microsoft Excel, will be extremely easy and functional for you if you've used those programs before. Okay, now let me turn my symbols off again so they don't clutter the page. All right, our document's starting to look just about how we want it. We've set our margins, we have set basically our columns, we have set all of our tabs, and we have our program looking pretty much like we're going to want it to look. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come back up into our document, and we're going to make sure that it is spelled correctly. And we're going to use the spell checker. Now, those of you that have had Word before, the old version 3.02, you'll find a much bigger dictionary in 4.0. You'll also find a thesaurus that is built in, and you'll also find that it'll now search for words phonetically instead of just looking at the first 3 letters. So let's go through how to do a spell check. First thing I always do is come up and click at the beginning of my document. If you don't do that, you do a spell check, it'll always ask you, do you want me to go back and start at the beginning? If you click at the beginning, that won't ask you that. All right, so now, again, if you've got 3.02, it'll be under document. If you've got 4.0, under utilities, go down to spelling, which is also Command L. Now, what that does is that opens up 2 dictionaries. It used to be called the main dictionary, now it's called the MS dictionary. It'll open that up, and also the user 1 dictionary. Now, the key to using the dictionary is to remember that it is not a spell or a spelling checker, it is a spelling comparer. What that means is that it'll look for any time you've got a group of letters with a space on one side and a space on the other side. That must be a word. Then it looks through its dictionary to see if it can find that word. If it can, it says the word spelled correctly. If it cannot, it says the word is misspelled. Now, sometimes neither one of those cases is correct. So my first, I guess, bit of advice on using the spelling checker is to don't rely too heavily on it. Also, remember, it checks for misspelling of words. It does not check for misuse of words. In other words, if you put in T-H-E-I-R and it should have been T-H-E-R-E, it will not find that as a misspelled word. If you wanted A-N and you put in A-N-D, it still finds A-N as a correctly spelled word and will not stop. So when I first got mine, I'd spell check it and send it off and had all kinds of errors in it. So if you, again, remember what it's doing, it'll make more sense to you. So let's go back to the computer now, and you'll notice that it's opened up a dialog box, and it says right now, I'm already here are two dictionaries. MS Dictionary, that's the big one. You can't make any changes to that. You can't add to it. You can't subtract to it. The other one, User 1, you will be able to make some changes to, so let's start. So we click on Start Check, and it starts looking for a word that it does not recognize. The first word that it does not recognize is throt, T-H-R-O-U-G-H-T. And whenever it finds a word it does not recognize, you have three choices. There are three things you can do. First thing you can do is say it's okay, leave it alone, no change. But this one is not okay. Second thing you can do is spell it yourself. Now in this case I just made a typo, so I'll type in T-H-O-U-G-H-T. That's correct. Now I come down and click on Change. It'll go into my document and make that change. The next word it finds is tomorrow. Now as I mentioned, there are three choices. You can say no change, leave it alone, or you can say let me type it, or you've got a third choice, which is help me. Now that's the one I use the most. The reason is normally when I misspell a word, the reason I misspell it is that I don't know how to spell. So let's go through and now ask the machine, help me find the spelling of tomorrow. Now when you hit suggest, it will try and figure out what you were trying to spell and give you suggestions. So let's hit suggest, and it comes up and basically says, all right, you were trying to spell tomorrow, tomorrow's, or Tommy Rot. Now it even selects the one that it's pretty sure you were trying to spell and puts it down here in the box, and you say you're exactly right, that's what I was trying to spell. So now all you have to do is hit change. The next word it finds that it does not recognize is valuable. So I say I don't know how to spell that either, and it says okay, suggest. And you'll notice now that it pulls up valuable, valuably, and it even pulls up some word that if you have a slight speech problem that maybe it thought you were trying to do. Now if it happens to be any of these words, then you simply click on those, and it will automatically put it in the box. But again, it was right, it is valuable. I say change, it makes that change. Now it brings up the word Mac. You will notice Mac is not misspelled, it's simply not in its dictionary, so I say no change. The next word it brings up is my first name. After a while, it gets a little tiresome. Every time you do a letter and do a spelling check on it, to have your name come up as misspelled, or your city, or your company. So this allows us now to put words into the dictionary. First rule to putting words in the dictionary: make sure it is spelled correctly before you put it in the dictionary. Now, to put it in the dictionary the first time and you've never used it, simply click on User 1. That opens up that dictionary. Now come down and click on plus, and that automatically puts the word up into the dictionary. Now, when you finish this document, you will find a brand new little icon that says User 1 Dictionary on your desktop. Put that up in your system folder. And from now on, whenever you use it, simply come and click on plus. Let me go over that again just for some of you. When you finish and you put a word into the User 1 Dictionary, you click on User 1 and you click on plus. When you finish the document, you'll find a brand new little icon that will say User 1 Dictionary. Take that icon up and put it in your system folder. Now from now on, every time you want to put a word in that dictionary, it will automatically open that dictionary and put that word in it. So all you got to do is click on plus after that first time. Now what if you do click on User 1 again? Well, when you finish, it will say you've already got a dictionary called User 1. What would you like to call this one? And you say, well, I'd like to call this one medical terms or technical terms. So it allows you to create more than one dictionary. All right, let's go back to our document now, and we go to continue check. And it says I've reached the end of your document. It's all spelled correctly, and I say thank you very much, and I'm done. Again, please do not rely too heavily on your spelling checker because it does not check punctuation. It does not check misuse of words, and sometimes there are some words that perhaps are not in its dictionary. So it's a nice little tool, and certainly the new one in Microsoft 4.0 is much better than the old one and the thesaurus and all that, but don't rely too heavily on it. All right, now it is getting time to print. And here is where, again, you will find a major change from 3.02 to 4.0. In 3.02, you had two ways of looking at your document. You had the galley view, and that's what we've been typing in all along. And then you had what was called page preview. Page preview allowed you to see a thumbnail sketch of your document. In the new Microsoft Word 4.0, we have four views of our document. We have the galley view, which you're looking at right now. We have a print preview, which I'm going to show you in a moment. And we also have a page preview, which I'll also show you here in just a few moments. So we have many different ways. We have four different ways of showing our document. So let's go now over to File and say we would like to see what our document is going to look like when we print it. Now you will find, when you go to use Word, the next kind of major obstacle is what you would like to do is you would like to make your document, or you'd like to make Microsoft Word break the pages where you want it to break the pages rather than where it wants to break the pages. And I still know a lot of people that print out their document to see where the program's going to break the pages. Then they'll go back and they'll add lines or they'll subtract lines trying to make it come out just where they wanted it. You don't have to do that now. So let's go back to the program here for just a moment and let me show you a few little tricks. First of all, in the new 4.0, it will automatically show you where your page breaks are. You will find little dotted lines coming through your documents, like right here, where it's going to put a page break. So in the old 3.02, you had to select repaginate under document, and that would put the lines in where it was going to put page breaks. Now it'll automatically put it as you were typing it. Also, if you've selected widow control, which you'll find under page setup under document, that will allow it will tell the machine never allow just one line to be hanging on the next page. And so you'll see two little lines there that will show you where your page break's going to be. And if you only type one other line, it'll put it on that page for you. Okay, so here we are, we're looking at our document. As you're typing through your document, if you know where you want page breaks, let's say I know right now that I want a page break after that paragraph, you can put in an artificial page break. And all you have to do is click where you want the page break and hit Shift Enter. And you'll notice that Shift Enter puts in a page break. So as you're going through your document, if you know where you want your page break, simply hit Shift Enter. Now if there's somewhere down the line you decide you do not want that page break, simply highlight it like you will a line of copy, hit your backspace key, and it will disappear. So for a page break that you know you want, simply hit Shift Enter. All right, now we want to see what our document's going to look like when it's printed. So we come up under File and go down to what is now called Print Preview. Print preview. And you will notice that there is a nice little thumbnail sketch of what your document's going to look like when it's printed. Now, some of you on the screen suddenly think you went blind and you can't read that. Don't worry about it. I can't read it on the computer screen either. It is simply there to give you a thumbnail sketch of what your document is going to look like when you print it. Now, you will notice there are four icons on the side here to use in print preview. Back on 3.02, you used to have a little magnifying glass. And then what that allowed you to do is to click on the magnifying glass, come over into your document, click, and it would blow up the document so you would read it. In the new 4.0, you don't need that magnifying glass because you now have what is called page preview. Now, page preview, when you click on it, will look just like your galley view. It will look just like what you've been typing. But there are two major changes. There are two differences between looking at it in the galley view and when you're looking at it in the page view. Now, what those changes are this. Back in the old 3.02, when you were just typing along, and also when you're just in galley view in Microsoft 4.0, if you do side-by-side columns, you do the commands, but you don't see on the screen what it's going to look like. What you see is not what you're going to get. If you used headers or footers or some other of the features that the 3.02 had, you never saw what they were going to look like. It turned out looked great, but all you saw was the commands, and they felt like that was a real disadvantage. So what they have created now is page view. And when you click on page view in your program, it will look just like your galley view, except you will see everything you'll see exactly what you're going to get. Now, I mentioned there are two items. The second item is it is extremely slow when you're in page view. As a matter of fact, unless you have 2 to 4 megabytes of internal memory, and most of you that have Mac Pluses or have SEs, the standard SE only have 1 megabyte of internal memory, it'll get so slow that you won't like working. In fact, I've had a lot of people say they went back to 3.02 because they got tired of working with 4.0 in the page view. Now, if you have a Mac 2 or you have one of the new 2CXs or you've installed more internal memory in your machine, then you won't notice a great difference. So you will notice that. Also, let me mention one other item that just pops up, and that is if you have version 3.02 of PageMaker, or 3.01, excuse me, of PageMaker, you will find that you can't load the new versions of 4.0 Word into it. Now, let me say that again. Some of you will, here you'll work up a brand new document in 4.0. You'll go to load it into your PageMaker program, and all of a sudden you'll get a little dialog box that say your document is incompatible. Now, at the timing of this tape, and the tape always gets out of date very quickly, but right now there's a new version for $25 from PageMaker called 3.02, I think, that now accepts 4.0 documents. Now, if you go to place it and it won't place, all you have to do is go to Page Setup, and it'll ask you, go to Save As, and it will allow you to save your document as a 3.02 document. I know that sounds kind of strange. When we came out with the new 4.0, it won't load into PageMaker. Save it as a 3.02 document, and it'll load fine. All right, let's go back now to then the print preview. It's going to look like we printed out. You'll notice you got a brand new little icon down here, which is your printer. That allows you, once you've looked at this and you say, hey, this looks fine, to simply hit the printer and it'll go right into your print mode. Now you've got other icons here. Right now it's showing me page 1 and page 2. If I want to see other pages in my document, I simply click on the arrows, and now you'll notice I see page 2 and page 3. If I want to go back, I simply click on the top, and there is page 1 and page 2 again. So what that allows you to do going up and down the scrolling bar is to scroll through your pages. If you click on this icon, it will show you your pages 1 at a time. If you click on it again, it will show you your pages 2 at a time. I personally like to look at mine 1 at a time so that I can judge each page and see exactly what I want it to look like. All right, so there's page 1 and 2, and the next one, the next icon, the second little icon, allows you to see your margins. So if I click on that icon, you'll notice immediately that here are my margins. If I click over on this page, there are my margins. So what that allows me to do, there's my top margin, which is 1 inch, my bottom margin, which is 1 inch, and there are my side margins. While you are in print preview, you can now click on these boxes, and you can literally move your margins. Now notice the little box, or notice right in the center of the screen at the top, that it will tell me where I'm at. So if I need a 1/2 inch margin, if I come down, I want my 1 inch margin, it allows me to move my margins. Now one little hint of caution is that if you move your margins, let's say that right now you say, well, I'd like to force some of my copy up on the second page, I'm going to create a 3-inch margin down at the bottom, so it has to do that. Please remember that whenever you change a margin in print preview, that will change that margin on every page in your document. So if I create a 2-inch margin at the bottom of this page, it will also create a 2-inch margin on all my pages in my document, so be careful with that. So that is what that is for. Now, there are some other features on here, and one of them is that you can also change your page break right while you're in print preview. Now notice Randy's Ready reference here used to be on page 2, and here's my page break, and I said, well, I really want my page break to be down here a ways. And so I can move that page break, and I can set this. So you can see now how simple it is, that you simply call it page 1, you set your page break where you want it, and you go to page 2, and you can come down, sometimes your page break is hidden under your bottom margin, there it is right there. You can move that to where you would like it, and you can literally move your page breaks anywhere that you want them as you're previewing your document, which is a nice option. Okay, we got one icon left, and that is for putting page numbers in Microsoft Word. In Microsoft Word, by the way, there are 3 different ways that you can put page numbers into your document. A lady came up to me one day and she said, what I would like to do is I'm printing a book. I'd like the first 5 pages not to have any page numbers at all. I'd like the next 5 to have Roman numerals, and then I would like the rest of them to Arabic numbers. If you're going to do that, you have to use style sheets or create sections in your document, and you can give each one of those a different numbering system. And we'll teach you how to do that on the advanced tape. So there are 3 ways of using page numbers in Microsoft Word. Number 1 is you can use style sheets and sections. We'll show you how to do that. Number 2 is that you can use headers and footers. And we also teach you how to do that on the advanced tape, but you can put page numbers in your header or in your footer. Now, the third way you can do right here, and that is if all you want to do is simply number your pages from number 1 through number 30, and you don't want to change the style or the size, you just want to simply number, come up and click on the first icon. Now, if you click on the first icon, you'll notice that my arrow now turned into the number 1. If I want now to put a page number, I simply come into my document, and I can put my page number wherever I would like that page number to reside. So right now, if I click there, you will now notice a little 1 has appeared, and there will be a number 2 and 3 and 4 and all the way. Now, some of you that are going to be watching this tape figured out how to put page numbers in your document, and I would guess that not very many of you figured out how to take them off. In fact, I ask all my classes when I teach, have any of you figured out how to take the page number off your document? And of all the classes I taught, I've only ever had one person raise their hand and say I did. And I said, how did you get it off? And he said, I used whiteout. So let me show you how to get that page number off. First key to getting the page number off your document is that you have to make sure your margins are showing. So you have to click on that third icon. You'll notice that when you click on that third icon, it puts a little box around the page number. Now that the little box is on the page number, you can pull that little box off the screen, and when you reformat your document, you will notice that the page number has disappeared. So again, click on the second icon that puts the margin symbols, the margin lines, then go down to the page number that has a little box on it, pull that page number off the screen, and when you reformat your document, you'll notice that the page number has now disappeared. All right, that's how to work in page preview. So now let's cancel that and let's go back to our document. You'll notice now that our document is ready to print. Now, let me give you a few keys to printing. And I won't show you this on the screen, but I'll just tell you the steps that you need to go through, and I'll go through some of them here on the screen. The new 4.0 has eliminated a couple of steps I'm going to tell you. I'll walk through all of them for some of you folks that might still have 3.02. Some of you may have noticed that you spent a great deal of time on your document, and you got your formatting just right. You got your margins set just where you want them. You got all your tabs set just right. And then at the last minute, you'll say, I want my document to look really good. I'm going to go print this on a laser printer. And you'll go over, you'll go down your Apple store, or you'll go to another department in your company, you'll stick the disk in the laser printer and another computer there, and it'll print out, and all your formatting has gone all skewampus on it. Everything's hanging all over the place. And this gets really frustrating. Some people think that there's something wrong with the second computer. The reason that this happens is that the image writer has a printing surface or a printing area that is actually 1/2 inch larger than the printing area on a laser printer. Now, if you think about that for a minute, if you've formatted your document for an image writer and it's utilized all that space when it goes to the laser printer, it's got to change your formatting. So let me show you a step-by-step procedure. As soon as you know what printer you're going to print your document on, if you'll go through the step-by-step procedure, then your formatting will remain intact no matter which printer you print it on. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to take you through all the steps for any 3.02 people out there, and you 4.0 people, it automatically skips a couple of these steps. So let me walk you through it. The first thing that you do when you know what printer you're going to use is go up under the Apple menu and go to Chooser. And when you open up Chooser, it will show you a little picture of all of the printers that you have installed in your system. Now, most of you will find an image writer, a laser writer. You may have an LQ printer picture, or the icon for a Veritype machine, or whatever you happen to have in your office. Now, all you do now is click on the printer that you're going to be using. So right now, I'm going to be using a laser writer. So the minute that happens, simply click on the laser writer, a little box will come up, say OK on it, and now close the box. And when the box is closed, now go under File and go to Page Setup. And when your page setup box opens, simply click on OK. Now, in the new Word 4.0, you didn't have to go through that last step. I always do it just to make sure. What that basically does is you told the computer by going to the chooser which printer it's going to print on, then you have to lock in that choice by going to page setup and saying OK. Now, the last step is to simply go to repaginate, Now, on Word 4.0, you don't have to do that. It's repaginate now. It'll automatically go ahead and reformat your document. But for you 3.02 people, just simply go through and go through the repaginate now. It will go through and reformat your document to fit those new parameters. So that's how you make it look good on the printer when it comes out. All right, the document's looking pretty good. The next thing that I want to go through is to show you how to set your default, how to set default. Now, what I mean by that is when you open up your computer, you'll notice that it usually starts in Geneva. I never use Geneva, and I use Times, and so I always had to go up and up under font, choose Times, and the way I went. It also always started in 10 point. I wanted to start in 12, so I had to change that. There is a way to set your computer so that it'll always start in the format, and the style, and the font, and the size that you want. So let me walk you through that procedure here very quickly. First, go under Format. and you want to go under Format to Define Styles. Under Format to Define Styles, and your Define Styles dialog box will open. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to set the normal style for your computer and for Microsoft Word, so click on Normal. So remember, your first step, once you have gone under Format to Define Styles, is to click on Normal. Now you look down and it says Font, Boston, 10-point, flush left. That's the normal setting. Now if you want to change that, simply go up under and pull your font menu down and select the one you want. I want Times. And I also want it to start in 12-point. Now if you look down, you'll notice it says Font, Times, 12-point, flush left. Last step is to simply reach over and click on Set Default. And it will now set that default for you, okay? So let me walk you through that again very quickly. Go under Format, to Define Styles. Open up your Define Styles box, click on Normal. Then reach up under your font menu, pull down the font, pull down and select the font and the size that you want, and hit Set Default. You can always look down and it'll list the ones and that'll tell you if you did it correctly or not. All right, let's cancel that out. Now, the next little feature I'd like to show you, which is available both on 3.0 and 4.0, is a great time saver, and that is called the glossary. Now, I probably used the glossary more than almost any feature in Microsoft Word. A few years ago, I used to teach a class on raising self-esteem. I've met with many so-called successful people as I travel about, and I found that the basics of almost any success, whether that be in marriage or as a parent or academically or in a career, is what you think of yourself. So I used to give tests, and at the beginning of the class, I'd give everybody an 18-question test that tested their self-esteem. Now, I had a 3-page kind of an analysis, depending on how many questions you got right. So if I gave you a test and you got 6 right, I had to type out 3-page analysis. If you got 8 right, I had to type out another one. And I used to spend all my time after these classes typing out these analysis. I wish that I could have saved those analysis under a key, such as 2 right, 4 right, 6 right, and then whenever I type that in, call those up. Well, you can do that in Word. So let me walk you through the process of using your glossary, which is a storage area, which allows you to store something and come back and pull that out at any time by using a keyword. So let's go down and open up our glossary. Now, one of the things that I use the most in my documents, since most of the time I type letters, is I use my signature. Sincerely yours, Randall D. Smith, President. I'd like to put that in my glossary. So the first step to putting something in your glossary, now this can be 1 word or it can be 3 pages, it doesn't matter, is to simply highlight it. Now what you're going to do is you're going to come down under Edit and you're going to open up your glossary. So we open up our glossary. Now those of you in 4.0 will notice that there's a whole bunch of things already in your glossary. What I need to do now is give the item that I'm putting in my glossary a name, a keyword. Now this is my signature, so I will type in Randy. That's going to be the keyword. Then simply click on Define. Now that puts that in your glossary and gives it the keyword. Now let me show you how that works. Let me say I'm typing along in my letter. I get to the end, it's time for my signature. Now, there's 2 ways of accessing the glossary. Let me show you the long way so you know how it works. I simply go up and open up glossary, and now I find my name that's in there and put insert. And there it is. Now some of you might say, well, gee, it took as long to do that as it would have typed. It would have been 3 pages. That would have been the case. But there's a quicker way to do it. So let me get rid of this again. All you have to do to access your glossary is to hit the Command backspace key. Command backspace. And you'll notice down in the lower left-hand corner, it now prompts you for the name. Type in the name, hit your return key, and there it is. Now I will do that quickly now so you can see what a time saver that is. I get to the end, I hit Command backspace, type in the keyword, hit return, and there it is. And you can picture with the test where I was doing page after page. All I do is say number 3, and there'll be my 3 pages. Now, there are many uses for the glossary. Let's say if any of you that are watching the tape happen to be in education. Let's say that some of you do customer service letters. And let's say that you have to do a lot of customer service letters and you always, first paragraph's always the same, dear customer, thank you for your inquiry. But then sometimes you have 1 of 3 different second paragraphs and 1 of 4 different third ones in your name. Well, all you have to do now is put in the first paragraph and call that customer 1. And then second paragraph, that's customer 2 ABC. And type in each one of them, put in your glossary. And the third one, call that, the one says thank you for your order, the other one says drop dead, or whatever. And then the fourth one's your signature. Now picture this. It's time to type the letter. You simply hit your Command backspace key and put in first paragraph. There it is. Now put in option D. And third paragraph, option C, and signature, and your entire letter is typed. And you haven't typed anything in yet except the keywords. So if you will utilize that glossary, you will find an amazing time saver, a great time saver in what you do. All right, the last item that we're going to cover in this basics tape on Microsoft Word is keycaps. Now keycaps, what that simply means, if you're familiar on your old typewriter, if you used to hit an L, you got an L, and if you hit the Shift L, then you got an uppercase L, so what you know is that there are other items hiding underneath the keys. Well, on your Macintosh computer, you got all kinds of letters and symbols and little icons hiding under the keys. So let's access those. First thing that you do is go under the Apple menu and open up keycaps. And that will show you a nice little keyboard. Now what that basically says is if I come along and I press an S, that's what I'm going to get. Now the next step is to be sure to go under keycaps and select the typeface that you're in. Sometimes there are different symbols under different typefaces. Now I'm in Times, so I will select Times. As I look down at my keyboard, what that basically says is if I push a Y, I'm going to get a Y. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to hold down my Option key. Now as you will notice, when I hold down my Option key, the entire keyboard changes. That says that if I ever go to my keyboard and I hit Option 2, I'm going to get a trademark symbol. If I get Option 3, I'm going to get, and I think that is the English pound symbol. If I hit Option 4, I'm going to get the cent mark. We've got infinity symbols. We have got registration marks. We've got a copyright symbol. By the way, if any of you ever want to use bullets in your documents, Option 8 is your bullet symbol. And you'll notice your little chevron down there that you'll use when you're doing mail merges, which we'll teach you in the advanced tape. And you've got the pi symbol and you've got check marks. Now, many programs allow you to, or many fonts allow you not only to push the Option, but you can also push the Option Shift key and get an entire different group of keys. Now you'll notice that Option Shift K is the Apple symbol. Option Shift O gives you a bigger null symbol, and right down here is a little symbol that I used to think was the California Angels, and then somebody told me that was the Angstrom symbol. If any of you are using Spanish and you need the upside down exclamation point or question mark, you will also find those under your keycaps. So the keycaps will allow you many, and sometimes if you hold down your Command key, will give you a different list. One thing to be careful of is a lot of times you'll be looking for perhaps a little box to put into order blank. Many of the programs will show a box if there is nothing under that key. So be a little careful if you see a box. A lot of times you'll type that in while your box is not showing up. Last little item under keycaps that you may want to use is a lot of times you will want to put an accent mark if you are using or the little 2 dots that you use in German. And you will not want that to be in a space by itself, but what you really want is you'll want that to be over a letter. So let me show you how to put an accent mark over a letter. All you do is hit Option E. Now when you hit Option E, you'll notice nothing happens. But now if you hit a letter, you will see that the letter appears with the accent mark over it. So let me do that one more time. Option O, for example, Option E. If you'll hit that and then hit the O, then that will put the accent mark over the O. And that is keycaps. Okay, that is the end of the Microsoft Word 4.0 Basics class. Here are just a few little concluding remarks that I'd like to make. I found some ironies in using the Macintosh computer and Microsoft Word, and that is basically everybody wants more speed. We have got very speed-oriented. A few years ago, I remember I wanted to play better golf, so I went out and bought a new set of golf clubs. A few years back, I wanted to ski better, so I went out and bought new skis. And I somehow had this strange feeling that if I kept buying new equipment, then I would get better. And so what I ended up being probably is the worst golfer on the course with the best clothes and the best clubs. And what I've noticed is we got kind of that same little delusion when it comes to the Apple computer and the Macintosh computer. If you want more speed, yes, you can go out and buy you a new 2CX with 80 megabyte hard drive and 8 megabytes of internal memory, and you can go out and buy accelerator boards for your SE, and you can do all kinds of things that will make a difference in microseconds. But if you really want to get fast on a program, the best money that you can spend is on training. You can save hours by increasing your level of expertise. You can save microseconds by changing your hardware and your software. I would rather have an employee on an old Macintosh Plus who had been to Mac Academy or who had sat down with these tapes and then went and practiced. I would rather have that than somebody on the latest equipment who just sat down and was basically, I saw an article the other day, and I remember the headline is the difference between knowing what you're doing and just messing around. We have a lot of people that are basically just messing around on the computer. The best way to use this video, by the way, since I mentioned the computer works with pictures, they're concepts, and the best way to learn concepts is to see the concepts. Some of you, while you watch this, may have your computer hooked up next to your TV set and you're going along trying to follow along. I wouldn't recommend that. Maybe this is too late to say on the video. The best way to learn this is to sit back and watch this video a couple of times. Bring your friends in, bring your people you work with, and sit down and watch this. See the concepts happen, see it happen on the screen, then go and practice. A lot of people ask me about hands-on training. There's a problem with hands-on training, and by the way, hands-on training was created for the IBM. And the reason is that the entire focus of hands-on training is the keyboard on the IBM. You'll notice if you ever use one, you spend all your time looking at the keyboard. The focus on the Macintosh is the screen of the Macintosh. Watching pictures, watching things, concepts happening. Best thing that you can do is to sit down and watch them happen. See them happen. Watch it a couple of times. Now you also notice there's a little counter here on the bottom of the screen. That allows you to look at the back of the tape package if you want to find out where mail merge was, or if you want to find out how to do a glossary, or you want to find out how to use the ruler. You can look that up on the back of the package, and then you can fast forward your tape machine to that point and watch that over again. We sincerely appreciate your business. Mac Academy has grown by leaps and bounds over the last 2 years. We train more people on the Macintosh than any other company in the world, for that matter. And the only way it has worked is that we have had some excellent customers who have enjoyed what we've taught, and they've gone back to their companies and they say, hey, these guys do a good job, and they send them to our live Mac Academies or Mac Academy 2 on desktop publishing, or they purchase our videos. If you have any questions, there's a phone number on the back of the videotape. Give us a call. We'd be glad to help you. Again, we thank you for your interest and wish you a great deal of luck in using Microsoft Word.
It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, you know, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, you know, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere. Oh, I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, you know. Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, you know, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, you know, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, you know. Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you've passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen in life. Life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you've passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen in life. Life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you've passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that. My friend, you have met a terrible, terrible demise. But, I don't feel too bad about it. After all, if it weren't from me, it would have just been from someone else, I guess what I'm trying to say is life goes on. Well, for everyone else, life goes on, not for you. You're dead. That's neither here nor there. It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville. And I said to him, Orville, I have a story. And he said to me, what's the significance of the story? And I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story. If you try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy. I had a friend do it once. Wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years. And not only that, but you'll likely end up believing something you shouldn't believe and thinking something you shouldn't think, or assuming something you shouldn't assume, Sometimes, I said, a story is just a story. So just be quiet for 1 second in your life and eat your sandwich, okay? Of course, it was only then I realized I made sandwiches, and poor Orville was having such difficulty eating it. Elephants have those clumsy hands, Actually, I suppose that's the problem. They don't have hands at all, do they? They're all feet. I couldn't imagine someone asking me to eat a sandwich with my feet. Now, if I recall correctly, there was a bakery nearby. I said to him, Orville, let me go get you some rye bread. Now, I'm unsure if elephants enjoy rye bread, but I assure you that Orville does. Now, this was on a Tuesday, which was good because rye bread was always fresh on Tuesday. They made sourdough bread on Monday and threw it out Wednesday, or rather, they sold it at a discount for people wanting to feed the ducks, and then probably at the end of the day, finally, they threw it all out. I don't recall. I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all. It swells up in their stomach and then they all die. At least that's what I've heard. I never saw any ducks die myself, but I did notice a substantial decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was killing the ducks by feeding them sourdough bread. And if you want my opinion on the matter, and I told Orville this as well, if you want to feed ducks, or birds, or any kind for that matter, it's best to buy seed. I mean, when you think about it, breads of any sort don't occur in nature. They don't grow on trees or spring up from the bushes. I don't think birds know what to do with bread. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I bought Orville some rye bread. What a fine day it was. It seems that you have met your end. What a pity. I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me, it would have just been one of the others, I guess. And I'm honestly just glad to be out of those air ducts. It's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there, and not easy to get down either. Not as young as I used to be, as you can see. I used to be able to do all sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends, Orville. We were having a nice picnic one day. I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was it the fall? Yes. It was the fall because the leaves had turned already. But I said to Orville, I says, Orville, I have a story to tell you. And Orville looked at me, kind of odd and said, what's it about? I said to him, not every story has to be about something, Orville. Sometimes a person just wants to talk. Why does everything have to be a story? I said to him. He just looked at me and he said, well, you said you had a story. And, he was quite right. I did, in fact. I told him I had a story. I suppose if a person just wants to talk, then it's best to not announce that you're telling a story. Telling a story does come with its own pressures and expectations, I suppose. After all, if you're just talking to a friend, then there's no more expectations than if you were talking into the wind. Words by themselves aren't expected to carry, aren't expected to stick. But if you announce you're telling a story, well then, there better be a point to it all, No one wants to sit and listen to someone ramble on and on and on with absolutely no end in sight. So, you know, it's good to be mindful that when you tell someone that you're about to tell a story, that you have something to say. Telling someone that you're going to tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey, buddy, stop everything, stop what you're thinking, I have a solution to everything. And, well, I didn't really have any story to tell. In hindsight, I probably just misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But, you know, even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing. Either way, it was quite a nice day. I remember that we were drinking tea. Well, it seems that your journey has ended. Very sorry about that. It was always going to end this way, of course. If it weren't by me, it would have just been by some other, terrible thing. Just, you could not imagine how terrible it would be. Just, I get scared thinking about it. Glad it's not me. It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching the pigeons. I was on the left, he was on the... Wait, was I on the right or left? Anyways, it doesn't matter. We were sitting on there watching the pigeons. And I said to Orville, friend, those birds are frozen. And he kind of looked at me like I lost my mind. But I reminded him that it was winter, and often birds will sit in a tree until they freeze. And then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up and they can, move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in. To which he asked what I meant, and asking what condition the crumbs should be in before he threw them to the birds, assuming that I meant the birds couldn't enjoy the breadcrumbs in the condition that the crumbs were in, when in fact I had meant the birds could not enjoy them in the condition that the birds were in, considering that the birds were frozen. So he took a moment and then threw his last handful onto the ground. I said to him, Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told you they're frozen? To which he responded, the breadcrumbs are not frozen. Again, misunderstanding my words. I didn't mean to say that the breadcrumbs were frozen when I said I told you they're frozen. I'd been referring to the birds. In hindsight, what I should have said was, and this would make perfect sense, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when the birds are frozen? He misunderstood upon my correction, stating that he didn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs, and that perhaps, when the birds thawed, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, and this is what I said to him, I said, Orville, the birds may be dead. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. My friend, you have met a terrible, terrible demise. But, I don't feel too bad about it. After all, if it weren't from me, it would have just been from someone else, I guess what I'm trying to say is life goes on. Well, for everyone else, life goes on, not for you. You're dead. But that's neither here nor there. It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville. And I said to him, Orville, I have a story. And he said to me, what's the significance of the story? And I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story. If you try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy. I had a friend do it once. Wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years. And not only that, but you'll likely end up believing something you shouldn't believe and thinking something you shouldn't think, or assuming something you shouldn't assume, Sometimes, I said, a story is just a story. So just be quiet for 1 second in your life and eat your sandwich, okay? Of course, it was only then I realized I made sandwiches, and poor Orville was having such difficulty eating it. Elephants have those clumsy hands, Actually, I suppose that's the problem. They don't have hands at all, do they? They're all feet. I couldn't imagine someone asking me to eat a sandwich with my feet. Now, if I recall correctly, there was a bakery nearby. I said to him, Orville, let me go get you some rye bread. Now, I'm unsure if elephants enjoy rye bread, but I assure you that Orville does. Now, this was on a Tuesday, which was good because rye bread was always fresh on Tuesday. They made sourdough bread on Monday and threw it out Wednesday, or rather, they sold it at a discount for people wanting to feed the ducks, and then probably at the end of the day, finally, they threw it all out. I don't recall. I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all. It swells up in their stomach and then they all die. At least that's what I've heard. I never saw any ducks die myself, but I did notice a substantial decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was killing the ducks by feeding them sourdough bread. And if you want my opinion on the matter, and I told Orville this as well, if you want to feed ducks, or birds, or any kind for that matter, it's best to buy seed. I mean, when you think about it, breads of any sort don't occur in nature. They don't grow on trees or spring up from the bushes. I don't think birds know what to do with bread. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I bought Orville some rye bread. What a fine day it was. Well, it seems that your journey has ended. Very sorry about that. It was always going to end this way, of course. If it weren't by me, it would have just been by some other, terrible thing. Just, you could not imagine how terrible it would be. Just, I get scared thinking about it. Glad it's not me. It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching the pigeons. I was on the left, he was on the... Wait, was I on the right or left? Anyways, it doesn't matter. We were sitting on there watching the pigeons. And I said to Orville, friend, those birds are frozen. and he kind of looked at me like I'd lost my mind. But I reminded him that it was winter, and often birds will sit in a tree until they freeze, and then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up, and they can, move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in. To which he asked what I meant, and asking what condition the crumbs should be in before he threw them to the birds, assuming that I meant the birds couldn't enjoy the breadcrumbs in the condition that the crumbs were in, when in fact I had meant the birds could not enjoy them in the condition that the birds were in, considering that the birds were frozen. So he took a moment and then threw his last handful onto the ground. I said to him, Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told you they're frozen? To which he responded, the breadcrumbs are not frozen. Again, misunderstanding my words. I didn't mean to say that the breadcrumbs were frozen when I said I told you they're frozen. I'd been referring to the birds. In hindsight, what I should have said was, and this would make perfect sense, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when the birds are frozen? He misunderstood upon my correction, stating that he didn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs, and that perhaps, when the birds thawed, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, and this is what I said to him, I said, Orville, the birds may be dead. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you've passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know. Or maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. It seems that you have met your end. What a pity. I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me, it would have just been one of the others, I guess. And I'm honestly just glad to be out of those air ducts. It's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there, and not easy to get down either. Not as young as I used to be, as you can see. I used to be able to do all sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one of my good friends, Orville. We were having a nice picnic one day. I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was it the fall? Yes, it was the fall because the leaves had turned already. But I said to Orville, I said, Orville, I have a story to tell you. And Orville looked at me, kind of odd and said, well, what's it about? I said to him, not every story has to be about something, Orville. Sometimes a person just wants to talk. Why does everything have to be a story? I said to him. He just looked at me and he said, well, you said you had a story. And, he was quite right. I did, in fact. I told him I had a story. I suppose if a person just wants to talk, then it's best to not announce that you're telling a story. Telling a story does come with its own pressures and expectations, I suppose. After all, if you're just talking to a friend, then there's no more expectations than if you were talking into the wind. Words by themselves aren't expected to carry, aren't expected to stick. But if you announce you're telling a story, well then, there'd better be a point to it all, No one wants to sit and listen to someone ramble on and on and on with absolutely no end in sight. So, it's good to be mindful that when you tell someone that you're about to tell a story, that you have something to say. Telling someone that you're going to tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey, buddy, stop everything, stop what you're thinking, I have a solution to everything. And, well, I didn't really have any story to tell. In hindsight, I probably just misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But, even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing. Either way, it was quite a nice day. I remember that we were drinking tea. It seems that you have met a horrible demise, my friend. But, these things happen, and life goes on. Not for you, obviously. You're dead. But it reminds me of a time I was having a conversation with my friend Orville. We were, where were we? I think we were by the river. We were sitting by the river and watching the fish leap over the falls. And I said to Orville, sometimes I feel like a fish leaping over and over again, always trying to get somewhere, though I don't know where, only to find myself in the jaws of a beast. He, of course, looked at me, surprised, Have you been in the jaws of a beast, friend? To which I said, no, of course not, Orville. I said, no. I simply meant that life can seem like a relentless endeavor to overcome meaningless obstacles, only to meet an equally meaningless fate, regardless of your efforts, regardless of the obstacles you've passed. And Orville, he stood and proceeded to drape me with a picnic cloth, to which I asked him, I said, friend, what are you doing? He looked at me very concerned, really. I feel like you've gotten too much sun. Indeed, indeed I had. He proceeded to pour me a glass of just ice-cold lemonade. Ooh, you ever mix it with iced tea? You do like a little half lemonade, half... Oh, so you should try some. Well, you can't because you're dead. But anyways, so you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps...
And before you know where you are, you realise that you're sitting in silence. We're talking in silence. You connected to perfect peace through your feet on the ground. What was this? Presence. Presence of what? Presence of infinite peace, infinite life, infinite love, spirit, God. How to find God? Common sense, my dear.
Hello, I'm John from Pure Unintentional ASMR. This is our first ever unintentional interview. About 2 weeks ago, I put a poll up on our YouTube channel asking you who would you like to see us interview. It was a slightly disingenuous poll, as this interview had already been arranged, but I knew what the answer would be, and it was unanimous. So I have travelled from the west coast of Canada to the centre of England to Bakewell to meet my first ever guest who needs absolutely no introduction on my channel. We're in the same venue from the original interviewer. We have the same cameraman. We have a much worse interviewer, but most importantly, we have John Buck. John, thank you so much for doing this. I have many questions for you, but the first, I believe when you did that interview with Ian McNay on BONNIexsx TV, you were very reluctant to do it. You didn't want publicity.
Yep.
Now you have 200,000 subscribers, 210,000 subscribers on YouTube. By my rough estimation, your videos have been viewed 50 million times. So how does that feel, knowing that this was not something you ever really wanted?
Well, at first I was bewildered and what's it feel like? Well, I don't really feel anything, really. Yes, I think I could say that if it's been of interest, what I'm glad is that I've been able to share what I love, and that makes me feel humbly grateful.
I mean, it's essentially the size of a packed out Wembley arena watching your videos, subscribing to you. I guess that doesn't sink in when you're...
Doesn't really sink in, dear.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many people's lives you've changed, and I'm very conscious that you are a very humble man. You don't like to consider yourself a teacher.
Yeah.
You talk about ego and the problems that ego brings to people. I don't want to make your problem worse, but you have most certainly changed my life. When I first came across your interview with Ian McNay on BONNIexsx TV back in it was February of 2018 when I first came across it, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. It was the biggest challenge I had. I had a lot of challenges in my life, but figuring out what I wanted to do with my life was the number one. And through your video and this completely accidental thing, I now have a calling that I never could have imagined. So it's a thank you to you for that.
Well, let's say thanks be to God and be safe.
There you go, indeed. You seem to be a man that's very in tune with yourself and with nature. Did that come naturally, or is that something you've had to work on?
Well, I've always felt close to nature. I was brought up in the country and I've spent most of my active years as a farmer, so nothing's more natural for me than to be working alone in the fields. I never liked machinery, I like to work by hand, so to be hour after hour alone, silent in the field, which I loved, working with the plants and the earth, which I loved, that comes to me very naturally. I still take great comfort from looking at the grass. I love to touch the earth. The second part of your question was what? Yeah, could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, just how you came to the place, basically. How did you come to finding stillness?
Oh, you asked me was I at rest with myself?
Yeah, exactly.
No, that was more difficult. I went through all a young man's agonies. No, in fact, I was probably more mixed up than most people are even today, tormented by questions of what I should do between duty, what was right, or what I felt was selfish. The social attitude, the social approach to these things has changed very much in my lifetime. I was brought up, none of the self questions that are now so widespread, self development, self-fulfillment, none of this was ever considered. It was all about being unselfish. This was the only mention of self I'd ever heard of was being selfish or unselfish, and of course selfishness was one of the worst things you could be, self-centered. And in many ways, because I also felt a misfit in society. I never really felt very comfortable in the world of man. I wanted to escape back to my beloved fields, really. So I felt a bit of a social failure. And so this caused me much difficulty when I was a young man. That's so much of my life, this sense of not really living up to what was expected of me. It's the most bizarre happening that completely unexpectedly and against my wishes. In later age, I find myself as a public figure.
Does it give you any comfort that, when you thought, I've had the same experience, we all think we're misfits, we don't belong.
Yes.
We feel like everyone has a lesson that we didn't learn.
Well, actually, in some ways, you see, as I become, I'm a bit shy to use words like spiritual, but as it always seems to me a presumption, an unworthy presumption. But insofar as spirit has become more real to me, that shows up, you see, what I like to call sin, which is the dark side of human nature. So in many ways, the more spiritually developed we are, the more we also realize the shadow side, which you can call sin. And so I'm more aware of my failings now than I am of my successes, so-called successes, which is a very good state to be in. And humility is hopefully a consequence of that. Because after all, if the aim is towards this infinite something that we refer to God as God, what is man? Man doesn't measure up very well, does he? So, yeah.
So yeah, you were talking about, or you have talked in your books with Ian McNay about there were times when you needed to escape, you needed to get away from the situation you were in. And I think a lot of people feel like that. A lot of people feel trapped. They feel like there's no other way out. And then there are times where things are hard and we feel like running away and escaping, and we should stay. Something's worth fighting for. And I wondered, in your life, how did you decide whether it was worth staying or leaving? When did you know that it was?
I don't think you do know, dear. I think we muddle through, and I think moments of clarity are quite rare. I think most of the time we don't know which way to go, and maybe sometimes things happen. I don't know. I really decided almost anything in my life. Things happen, don't they? And it's extraordinary looking back. Have I decided anything of consequence in my life? I'm not sure I have. I think things have just happened, really, for better or worse. Escaping, well, that for me was always just, if it was a room full of talkative people, it often meant just going outside. Yes, I've gone abroad. I never got scared for civilization. I remember as a young man, one of my dreams, I had two dreams, to be a cowboy and to see the world before men messed it up. And I was very lucky. Dad sent me out to Australia, where I did both. I remember climbing a hill in Australia, looking all around, and no sign that man had ever been there. strangely enough, it didn't quite come up to expectations. I suppose I'd been pretty near that situation for quite a long period beforehand. And, yes, I love the old song, Don't Fence Me In. That's been a guiding instinct throughout my life. I find I get claustrophobic, really, in big cities, or I used to get claustrophobic in big cities with people talking as long as you get out. Well, sometimes you can, sometimes you just have to open the door, open the window, get a breath of fresh air, do what's available, do what's possible.
If circumstances were different, and let's say you had a family, you live in a city, for work you needed to live in a city.
Yes, yes.
How do you think you would approach finding stillness without that connection to nature?
Well, stillness is something that came much later in life, John. I didn't find stillness until many, many years past. I didn't call it stillness. Stillness has become another rather fashionable word in spiritual talk. For me, it was just nature. Nature is naturally quiet, isn't it? And when you look at a tree, for example, it naturally brings you to something you could call stillness, at least in relation to normal human condition of vegetation. Look at the grass, or look at the earth, because the earth is still, isn't it? So the easiest way to find stillness is just keep your feet on the ground. Perfect stillness, bingo, no problem.
But how did you know when you first
naturally did? Naturally, you just feel better.
Do you think you were experiencing it before then? Like, was there a time when you just recognized it and was like, oh, that's what stillness is, or that's...
I think it was really only when complicated people started talking to me about it that what always seemed obvious sort of got a name and a label. It became, how do you find stillness? Up to then, I think it never occurred to me. It was just natural and common sense. But honestly, men make it all so complicated. Once you start writing books and talking to people, talking, invariably takes you away from common sense. Because once you start talking, you get into the head and you lose contact with, first of all, the ground, the Mother Earth. You don't see what's in front of your nose. You don't hear what's naturally the sound of nature around you. And all you live in a man-made world, a man-made world in this bubble, or in this prison of your own mind. This becomes your reality. And there's no common sense in there. Common sense requires feeling, seeing and hearing. They're our main senses, aren't they? And when you're thinking, you're not connected with any of them, are you? Talking, you may listen to the sound of your own voice, but that's what use is that? First of all, you see like what's in front of you, but then if you keep looking, you see deeper into it. And before you know where you are, you're realizing that you're sitting in silence. We're talking in silence. You're connected to perfect peace through your feet on the ground. Oh, what's this? Presence. Presence of what? Presence of infinite peace, infinite life, infinite love, spirit, God. How to find God? Common sense, my dear.
That's a very good one. That's very good. I wanted to ask you more about the ego. If you found fame, I mean fame if you want to put it that way, but later in life, if you had found fame at, let's say, 25, if you had become a YouTuber at 25, do you think it would have affected you differently, the attention, the people coming to interview you? And
I never would have been at 25. It's maybe at 25 I made the great mistake of thinking I knew. Now I'm old. I have more confidence in saying I don't know.
it's a hard thing to admit for most people.
I'm more ready to admit my stupidity, my human ignorance.
I know I'm kind of jumping around to different places, but modern technology was something I wanted to ask you about. We live in a world of smartphones, the internet, everyone's connected constantly. It distracts us, it causes anxiety with people, comparing yourself to everyone else. But on the other hand, then, technology has allowed people like ourselves to make a living, and also you can now reach people that you would never have been able to reach. And people are able to access people like yourselves from all corners of the earth that they would never have been able to before. So I wonder, how do you ever think about that, about modern technology, or about how it impacts us, both good and bad? What do you have any opinion on?
I don't do much thinking these days at all, strange to say. When people ask me what I think, I'm always a bit floored by that question, and I think somewhere along the way I've just gotten bored with thinking. It's so much, I think, simpler, really, to go beyond thinking. So, but this is what meditation does. It takes you see, thinking is just a layer of consciousness, like here. I don't think much about what's happening in my tummy. My tummy is sort of digesting whatever I put into it today, and it more or less takes place by itself. But what I've come to realize gradually over the years is that my head, my mind, is really like a sort of mental digestive system, just digesting what's ever come into it. And it's a sort of fairly robotic thing. It just chews over what's in the news, what people have said. And I think I just got a bit bored with it, really. And it's so much more interesting beyond the mind, really. That's where the big stuff is. This don't fence me in. It always sort of leads me to the stars more, you know. I've just recently been lucky enough to be at sea for a few days and look out over the sea, and it's so big, and mind and attention is drawn to the horizon, where the sea merges into the sky, and then beyond that into the infinite. You know? And in contrast, the ship seems so small, like a little prison there of people talking, human entertainment, all that's encompassed by the world of man. How small it is in comparison to the greatness of life. And perhaps I've just been greedy. I've always longed for the greatness, freedom, for infinite love, the love that never says no. So I just naturally, they say God calls, respond to that call. And when people say, what do you think? It sort of brings me back into a world I've more or less grown out of, thank God.
Makes sense, yeah.
I don't find much interest really in the world of thinking any longer. I've left it behind somewhere.
That's great. I feel.
And on the other hand, you see, this is, as it were, after thinking and before thinking. Well, common sense, my dear. If you use your common sense, your mind is perfectly quiet, totally quiet. If you're doing something with attention, even if it's just peeling an apple or washing up or scratching your head, if you do it with attention, you'll find your mind is perfectly quiet. You're not thinking. The trouble is we don't do things with attention. We're usually divided, thinking, and that's why so little craftsmanship today, and most of what you see produced is shoddy, is careless. See, people dress carelessly, don't they? It has always become fashionable to be dressed carelessly, casually we call it. Casualness has become, well, that's another word for inattention, very, well, maybe that's stretching the point of it, but yes. I love the phrase TLC, tender loving care, which implies attention, really attending to something, carefully, working carefully, taking care of things.
Yeah.
Which is, it's natural, it's not a thinking process, is it? It's living carefully, giving attention.
But how do you, I mean, it might seem very easy for you, or it might seem like a silly question, but I'm someone who overthinks constantly. I
yes.
think and think and think. And I, at the moment anyway, I don't know any other way of being.
No. Well, I'm afraid that's a very common situation today, this mental hyperactivity. And it's a great problem for many people. How do you overcome it? Well, not everybody will dedicate themselves to serious meditation, but it's very simple. I've got no better advice, dear, than common sense. Let's come back to feet on the ground. If we were 100% aware, you'd be so full of light, you might even explode. We just don't know what it is to be aware. You might even find something glorious. Just to look at something.
I think that's a lot of the success of ASMR has come from attention.
Yes.
People love the kind of personal attention.
Yes, I think it's very much connected, John. What brings us? It's about coming to rest. Now, most of us know a bit about physical rest. We call it relaxation. What we know less about is mental rest.
So this is a long video. I got the idea to... Then the kitchen has the door that leads outside, this being the inconsistent door next to the outside garage door, and... So this is a long video. I got the idea to do one of these long compilation videos from a viewer and put 2 hours worth of my SpongeBob lore videos together in one big video to help people sleep. I don't know, that's a big thing on YouTube now. You don't have to sleep while watching this, but I have edited out the outros to each video to save everyone's eardrums. 124 Conch Street might just be the most recognizable house in all of television. Everyone knows who lives in the pineapple under the sea. SpongeBob's house is so iconic, and its interior is proof of great design choices. Every room in SpongeBob's house is memorable, and most people will probably recognize each one of them. Upon entering the house, we see the living room, which is beautiful and so nostalgic. There are 2 other doors in the living room, one leading to the kitchen and one leading to the stairs to the 2nd floor. There's also a laundry room somewhere, I think it's on the 1st floor. But the 2nd floor has iconic rooms such as the bedroom, the bathroom, the workout room, and the library, which is definitely the coolest one. And then we of course have the roof, which is seen occasionally. And I think that's all of SpongeBob's house. There isn't anything... What? Garage? SpongeBob has a garage? Hey! So, if you didn't remember that SpongeBob had a garage, I don't blame you. Not even the official SpongeBob Twitter knew about it. The garage is definitely the part of SpongeBob's house with the least appearances, but we actually see SpongeBob's garage as early as the 2nd episode of the show, Reef Blower. In this silent episode, SpongeBob goes to get his reef blower, which is, well, in his garage. He opens the garage door and we get to see a tiny glimpse of the inside. We do not see much, but it looks to be quite a big room. Now, why he has a garage is a good question. We all know Ro does not know how to drive at all. Now, either it's here he keeps his little pedal bike thing, the unicycle, that he rides sometimes, but what I like to think is that he is just so determined to get his driver's license that he already has a garage. Like how people get cars before their license just as motivation. Having money helps, I guess. Now, SpongeBob's garage is not a one-time appearance thing. We see it next time just a few episodes later in Naughty Nautical Neighbors, when SpongeBob and Patrick are blowing bubbles in SpongeBob's backyard, which we have never seen. Obviously, we got the garage door, like here, but what is that other door next to it? SpongeBob doesn't have a door from his living room to his backyard, right? So where does this door lead? I'm pretty sure it's not to the garage, actually. It's probably just where the door in his kitchen leads to, since the door is next to a window to the outside. Don't remember him ever using this door, though.
Tartar sauce.
As we can see, SpongeBob still has a garage here, but when he finally gets his driver's license briefly in Season 2, No Free Rides, he parks his boat on the street. This doesn't make a lot of sense from a reality perspective, but like a lot of things in this show, it's just here for convenience. Mrs.P needs to sneak up and steal the boat for the plot, so of course SpongeBob is gonna park outside. If SpongeBob needed to take his car to work for some plot point, he would park his car in a big parking garage that would magically appear near the Krusty Krab. That's just how SpongeBob works.
I better take the shortcut.
But then, if we jump very much forward, all the way to Season 11, we can see 2 things. 1, the show is not as good anymore, and 2, there is another episode where SpongeBob gets a car. In Drive Happy, he doesn't get his license, but instead a self-driving car, which doesn't require a license. And where does he park his car?
Oh, that was the best day of non-driving ever. Coop, is there anything I can get you? 1 glass of oil, triple foam conditioner?
I'm fine. Good night, Mr. Squarepants.
Good night, Coop.
In a parking spot that's never been there before. It's also so funny that for some reason it just needed to be on this side. They removed Squidward's house from the episode for this parking spot. It should be right here, right? why didn't they just put it on the other side? Like the other side of the house where there literally is nothing but sand? Or even better, why not just put it in the garage? Oh yeah, because SpongeBob needs a reason to bring his car inside the house when it starts raining. And it can't rain inside the garage. You see what I'm saying? The reason we have barely seen SpongeBob's garage is because SpongeBob as a show retcons anything for plot convenience. I guess we'll have to wait for an episode with the right setup to finally see the inside of SpongeBob's garage. Except we already have.
You know, Patrick, being in a band gives you the liberty to dress with a little more... How should I put this?
Yeah? In Krabby Road, the second episode of the Season 6 premiere, SpongeBob, Plankton, Squidward and Patrick start a band together, and just like that one app, guess where they go to practice? That was fucking terrible. In one shot, we see from the outside as the garage door is rolled up, and funnily enough, the door next to it is gone here. And that door was not a one-time thing, it has appeared after Naughty Nautical Neighbors in Season 9's The Fishbowl. But then in Bunny Hunt, 2 seasons later, we see the garage without the door. Even if this is confusing, SpongeBob's second window at the front of his house disappears in like every other episode, and like we discussed, not even Squidward's house is safe. What's important is that the garage is here, and we get a good view inside of it.
That's it, SpongeBob.
You know, pizzazz!
So I was almost right about the bike thing. He has a bike here, but it isn't his unicycle, but a random bike like the one Squidward rides sometimes. I was first about to say that if this was Season 1, his unicycle would be here instead, but I was surprised to see that the unicycle shows up throughout the run of the show, even in this season. But this other bike is here anyway, maybe he stole it from Squidward. And we also have the workbench and the tool hanger thing that we saw in the garage's first appearance in Reeflow, which is cool. That's about it, honestly. They spent half the episode in here, but it's always more zoomed in shots. The shot from the outside is the closest we get to an overview of the garage.
The best kind of lyrics are the ones that are deep and revealing. Something only you know. Take a recipe. I won't search for my innermost secrets. All I found was this.
Something really interesting we see in here, though, is that there is a door that's not the garage door. Now, having a door from the inside of the house to the garage is kind of normal, but what makes it interesting is that they enter through the garage door. Now, this is also normal for bands practicing in garages, especially when it's like in someone's family house, so they can just move in and out easily without having to like actually enter the main house. But SpongeBob lives alone, and he does not feel like the type of person to like force his friends to enter through a specific door. What I mean by this is that every other time in the show when Patrick goes to SpongeBob's house, he enters through the normal door. Why wouldn't they all just go for that door? It's gotta be faster if they got a door right here inside the garage, like to just walk through that door instead of walking all the way around the house. Unless this door leads somewhere else. Because realistically, where in the house would this door like open to? Like we said before, the living room has 2 doors. One leads to the stairway and the other to the kitchen. There is no other door here, so it can't be from here you go to the garage. Then the kitchen has the door that leads outside, this being the inconsistent door next to the outside garage door, and another door in here that leads to the stairwell, at least sometimes.
Guess what's for breakfast? That's right!
So what I was thinking is that this door in the garage leads to some other room we haven't seen, because without any doors on the bottom floor, it shouldn't be able to lead into any of the like known rooms. Now there are 2 arguments for why this wouldn't be a new room. Firstly, the very inconsistent nature of SpongeBob's house and the show as a whole. If they opened this door in the episode, it would probably just lead right into the living room, and it would either just be a new door, or he would come through one of the existing doors, because doors are inconsistent with where they lead as well. Going by just the early seasons, it should be possible to go on like a whole route through the entire house. Like you don't have to go through the same door twice to go through the entire house and out again. And the second argument kind of ties into this because a few minutes later in the episode, after Squidward gets buff enough to join the band, he runs to the rest of them, but unlike them, he enters through the main door instead of the garage door. Now, we don't see him enter the garage from like entering the house, but they start playing their instruments off screen, so it's safe to assume Squidward got to the garage through the main door. So, as I was editing, I realized that there is another episode that shows the inside of SpongeBob's garage, which kind of makes a lot of the things I've said redundant, but we're gonna talk about it anyway, right here, wherever it fits. In Sharks vs. Pods in Season 9, SpongeBob goes into the garage through the door, like the door we've been talking about. We don't see him enter the door, but it's presumed that he got to the garage through this door. So in the garage we see the tool bench, the hanger for the tools. Above that there is like some paint stuff, there's some paint stuff in another place. We have what I think is a unicycle here. It looks slightly different, but I think it's a unicycle. And then he has a license plate, which kind of proves my theory about that he already has a license plate, he already has a garage without even having a car. So this was really surprising. We still don't see him enter through this door though. I'm gonna just go back and check. No. What we do see, however, is that there is a third door here. A door on the other side of the room, so it's closer to the main door that you enter the house through. It's a door with a like a swimming ring or whatever it's called on it. That from how the episode plays out here, you'd think that's where he enters the garage, but that doesn't make any sense with how it's positioned. You see, it's like right next to the window, so if you go there, you should just be on the outside. But SpongeBob is not a show that makes sense. What I thought was that this door leads to his second bathroom, because in some episodes he has a second bathroom that's on the like first floor. I'm gonna have to go back into editing and check this, but for now, this is like a big discovery for me, like when I'm almost done editing the video. So of course this got even more confusing, because the second bathroom thing was something I read about on the SpongeBob wiki when I first researched for the video. So I went back and figured out that it was in the episode Gary Takes a Bath, which was the episode I used that screenshot from. Then I went back and watched the episode, and okay, I'm just gonna put it up here so I make sure I don't say like anything wrong, but we see, I'm gonna play the clip on screen because we see the door with the swimming ring in the background as SpongeBob throws the toy. Then Gary runs forward on the first floor, and then he gets to the bathroom. So now, not only do we have the door that you enter the house from, the 2 doors that usually are there, this new door with a life ring, and also this, it's not even a door, it's just an open bathroom that's on the first floor. And I thought that was it, like, okay, so we don't know what's behind this door with the life ring, it's gotta be the garage. But no, because later in the episode, when SpongeBob does the whole pirate thing, you know, the classic don't drop 'em joke, when they are going treasure hunting, then he opens this door, and then there's stairs there. So now the stairs are in this door, but in this episode, like right before, we also see that, wait, okay, look at this screenshot, and tell me it's not super confusing. Now it's in the kitchen, and where does this door lead? Where does this door lead? Like the one... Oh, I have no idea what's going on. This got, like, I'm going down a rabbit hole. So that's basically the canon explanation for this weird door in SpongeBob's garage. It leads to the rest of his house, even though we still have no idea which room you would enter upon opening the door from the garage. And it's mysteries like this that's so interesting to me with this very long-running show. There is a similar thing with SpongeBob's library that I would like to take a look at in the future as well, but for SpongeBob's garage door, it's gonna be unsolved until we finally get to see the inside of the garage again. But I think the main thing to take away from all this is that this man has a garage without a car. SpongeBob's house has always fascinated me. It's one of the coziest homes I've ever seen in a TV show, and ever since a kid I wanted to live there. It's one of those cartoon houses with like way too much space inside, which is a concept that also fascinates me. I've talked about probably the rarest room in SpongeBob's house before, which is his garage, but there is another room that is so interesting. SpongeBob's library is a very mysterious room that confuses me a lot, and today we're gonna talk about it.
Hey!
So to be honest, I had kinda forgotten about my promise to talk about SpongeBob's library that I made in my video about his garage. But now that video is starting to blow up, kind of, and I get tons of new comments on it, showing that it's just not me who's interested in this stuff about the show. Also for everyone saying that, like, houses usually come with a garage, they usually come with floor as well, and they are usually made out of something that's not pineapple. SpongeBob's library has appeared more in the show than his garage, but it's still a location we do not know much about. Over the course of the show, it has appeared in 19 episodes, which sounds like a lot until you think about the fact that there's like 500 episodes altogether. But I was still surprised myself at the number. 19 episodes? Maybe we should know more about SpongeBob's library. And hopefully we will after this video, because we are talking about SpongeBob's library. So the library first appeared back in season 1 in the iconic episode Boarding School. Or I don't know how iconic it is, maybe it blends in a lot with the 50 other Boarding School episodes, but this one is probably my favorite of all of them. So SpongeBob has failed his writing test for the first time on screen, definitely not the first time in this world. He is really sad about it and talks to Patrick on a walkie-talkie, who tells him to get out of bed and get to his closet for a surprise. Very interestingly, SpongeBob then goes through this door right there and slide down to the library. So not only do we know that SpongeBob for some reason has a closet in his library of all places, but also that to get to the library you go through this door that's in his bedroom. Just the aesthetic of these shots in the library is amazing, like there's just such a vibe to this room.
I'm at the closet.
Listen carefully. What's pink and square at the same time?
I don't know, Patrick.
Patrick Squippers!
SpongeBob sits down in this chair, which means, you know, there's a chair in the library. It's interesting though that SpongeBob's closet here has a lot of his pants, because if I'm not mistaken they are usually somewhere else. Patrick spends the rest of the episode in the library, but we don't get much more of like a view of it. It's season 1, so not a lot of wide shots or anything. However, we do see that Patrick reads SpongeBob's diary in here, proving that SpongeBob indeed has books in his library. Groundbreaking stuff I'm coming up with here. The next episode we get to see SpongeBob's library in is Suds. SpongeBob's dumbass leaves his fridge open and it freezes his whole house, including his library. It's really nice here because we get another view of it. We see stuff in here that is actually going to be used in future episodes. Keep in mind that the piano was here already in season 1. Then there's this shell fireplace, which looks really cool, and then this hilarious painting of SpongeBob back here. Or is that maybe some ancestor or something? Because a self-portrait doesn't feel like something SpongeBob would have, really. We know someone else who loves self-portraits, though. Squidward's house deep dive in a future episode, maybe? Now, just to clarify, the scene in Sleepy Time where SpongeBob goes into Gary's dream is of Gary in a different library. There might be some similarities, you know, books, but it's pretty clear this is another place. The library appears one more time in season 1, which is in the last episode, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, but here we just see a bookshelf as Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are helping SpongeBob in here. Then moving on to season 2,
my time. I'm gonna find the end of this road. No matter what nobody's told me, I'm gonna be fine. Everybody knows there's a silver lining in every cloud, but the storm that is rising is dark and black. Na 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 mystery lies ahead of me. I don't know what's expected of me, but I'm sure gonna try. Sorrow lies in my way, gonna feel so alone. I hope this isn't a mistake. Everybody thinks they know the answer to the story. Everyone assumes the path they've taken is the righteous one of two. Either one you take is an adventure, a journey you're beholden to, a promise that you cannot break, a truth that you must hold on to. Must go on, must go on. I gotta stay strong, I can't trust anyone if I wanna live long enough to see this through. What if everybody thinks they know the answer to the story. Everyone assumes the path they've taken is the righteous one of two. Either one you take is an adventure, a journey you're beholden to, a promise that you cannot break, a truth that you
Dann
This is in my opinion the worst Piggy grinding event ever. I feel bad for the folks that paid for the plushie and now they have to grind this bullshit. At least let them have a free pass. But no, game has to turn into money-making machine.
Circulate! Franc, peso, or piaster, dollar, ruble, or yen. If they stop moving, it's disaster, till they're moving again. Because circulate, circulate, come out of the woods. Stimulate, motivate, service and goods. It's no nest egg to incubate. Money's got to circulate. Money's gotta circulate.
Here's a bunny column standing in a row. Place a bunny column on a bunny column, see the way they grow. Bunny copper column, bunny silver column, I'm in love with you. Bunny paper column, why do you look solemn? I adore you do. How you rustle and sparkle and tingle. Oh, the thrill of you never will cease. May you blossom and flower and rise like a tower and ever it breeze. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4. Just tidying up a bit, keeping things neat. Now, what can I do for you laddies? Pull up a column and have a seat.
Look at all the money we burned up.
That's what I like to see. $1.95.
That's right. Gee, he sure knows his money.
Aye. And what do you plan to do?
We want you to save it for us, so we can be rich like you.
Well, saving is the first important step, no doubt. But money is something you should learn more about. I'm not the richest duck in the world today because I just salted my money away. Which brings up a point. If you'll step from the vault, once money really was salt.
Salt? That's hard to believe.
But that was the pay a Roman soldier would receive. And if he was lazy or his work was at fault, you know what folks said?
He isn't worth his salt.
Aye. Salt was called salarium. That's where our word salary comes from.
Oh, look! Pirate money!
Aye, a piece of 8.
Why was it called that?
Here, I'll demonstrate. In a piece of 8, 8 pieces fit. Every piece is called a bit. 4 of the bits in each half sits, and half of the half is called...
2 bits!
Correct. Now, these ancient Greek obols, tiniest coins of all, were carried in the mouth. They were so wee small. When a Greek went shopping, think of the axe, as he coughed up the price and swallowed the tax. Now, the largest coin is this stone wheel from the island of Yap.
It's too big to steal.
Aye, laddie, is that so? Now, there was a time when there was no money, in those dark ages of primitive man. You see, money wasn't really needed until civilization began. A group of cavemen met one day to see if they could trade. They brought their spears and tiger skins and tools that they had made.
But how many tools for a tiger skin, and how many skins for a spear? The aggregation in frustration hollered loud and clear, we need money, some form of money. How should we go about this anyhow? We could use corn or salt or oats, dried fish perhaps, or rabbit boats, but we must set a standard of value now.
A survey of the polls revealed that goats got all the votes. Then some smart joker priced a knife at 3 1/2 goats.
So back to the salt and the tiger skins, dried fish and pepper and tea, corn and beans, shells and seeds, as men cry bitterly. We need money, some stable money. Why should this be so awkward to arrange? We ought to try some metal things like swords or hooks or pots or rings, and thus improve our medium of exchange.
Well, articles of silver, copper, bronze, and gold were tried, and most successful was a disc with pictures on each side.
Along with the coin came the paper bill, backed by a government's name. They both cashed good like good cash should, but then all just the same. We need money, convenient money. Carve this stuff around is too absurd. Why can't we store it high and dry and sign for everything we buy? It would be great if payment could be deferred.
Aye, that's exactly what occurred. Next came checks and credit cards and purchasing on time. When spending grows so easy, it's hard to save a dime.
Most men keep a family well fed today, clothed and sufficiently worn. But in the main, their wives complain from habits they have formed. We need money! Boy, we need money! It's finally reached the stage that we adored. We're glad we don't need fish or oats or tiger skins or nanny ghosts. Our money's fine now, all that we need is more.
Uncle Scrooge, why don't they just print up a few billion or so?
A few billion? Oh, dear no. Why, that word billion, how it's abused. If it weren't so frightening, I'd be amused. Folks have no conception. Now, how much is in this hat?
Gee, a billion or more than that.
See what I mean? They were nowhere near. There's only 100,000 here.
$1 billion stacked up right without an accident is about 800 times the height of the Washington Monument. $1 billion on the ground, all stretched out and uncurled, would extend about 4 times around the circumference of the world.
Pick one up each second, day and night without a break. In 32 years, you'd have them all, and oh, your back would ache.
$1 billion, 6 feet wide, and arched across the sea. What a nice green bridge to walk or ride to the beach at Waikiki.
Gosh, $1 billion sure is a lot.
Aye, now print several billion and see what you've got. But unless something's behind it, in the treasury, something solid and secure, like me, we'd have inflation.
Inflation?
Oh, that's a mess. Your money would be worth less and less. I might take this hatful, I dare say, to buy what your piggy bank would buy today. $1 wouldn't be worth the paper it's printed on. Ooh. But that's not today. Oh, hootman, I might. It's what you can buy with what you've got. That's what counts. It's a question of economics.
Economics?
Aye, it only means household management. It's from an old Greek word. Household management, that's budgeting, do you ken?
Budgeting?
Aye, financial discipline. Let's say your income is like a pie. There's a piece for everything you buy. Cut portions wisely, don't be unnerved, or it will all be gone before everyone is served. You have to pay the rent.
And you have to buy clothes, the grocery bills, you have to pay those.
You can see at once where your money all goes when you plan the budget. The first of every month, the installments fall due. The note on the car, the TV set too. You'll be better off when you finally get through working out the budget.
Pig, blue, and white bills all over the place.
The power and light bills staring you directly in the face.
Payments cut in half for you want to be fair. You send a bit here, you send a bit there. Now you realize that you're getting somewhere. Balancing the budget.
Oh, lads, we've been somewhat lax. We forgot the piece for the income tax.
Income tax?
Aye, though taxes are a pain in the whatchamacallit, this right here, the wallet. Taxes are the funds governments must get to run their households and keep out of debt.
They must have a budget, too.
Aye, that they do. That they do. You see, the government provides, through the taxes we pay, our bridges and schools and places to play.
Builds the county road or the modern highway, called for in the budget. Departments of police and of water and fire, the various courts, the juries they hire, aeroplanes, ships, and the care they require, all are in the budget. No one relaxes when tax deadlines fall, but without our taxes, we would have no government at all. In budgeting a home and the government too, it really should show a profit to you. Something should be left when the payments are through, when you plan the budget.
Always remember to save a slice for yourself.
When you plan the budget.
After all, it's your pie. And that's how I became rich, making the little slices grow. Money shouldn't be idle and must be put to work, you know.
Oh, yeah? How about all that idle dough you got stashed away?
Oh, no, lads. This is just petty cash. Moves in and out each day. If I sat on my money, I might just as well be stranded on a desert island, for all good to do me. I couldn't eat it, couldn't wear it, couldn't use it. Oh, I can't bear it. Money should never stagnate, but like ocean currents, circulate. Like the ocean currents control the world's weather, you see, circulating money controls the economy. Money must keep moving to fulfill its obligation.
And if you squeeze it too tight, you'll stop its circulation.
Hey, that's a funny one. And how true?
We don't want that to happen to our money. We want our piggy bank to grow.
Well, making a shrewd investment is the soundest way I know. This way, please, prospects. May I introduce our president and the members of the board? Such a talented management should never be ignored. Not a weak link in the chain. Now then, it behooves you when investing to investigate the facts, and you'll profit while digesting our corporation acts. Let us take a firm at random. For example, this one here, from the start of the second quarter to the end of the fiscal year. Oh, it's simple. Isn't it simple? Yet you have to understand it to survive. All the facts you must digest if you're thinking to invest the remarkable sum of $1.95. In the course of normal ventures, you'll observe a steady rise, and converting their debentures, they agreed to subsidize. Here the second fund was voted, and the averages prepared, and you'll note the evaluation when the dividend was declared.
Are these figures optimistic with the market selling short? Please refer to the statistic in the annual report.
I perceive you're all acknowledging the fact you can't escape, that you never have seen a firm in any firm of financial shape.
Oh, it's simple. Isn't it simple? In the proper hands, your money is alive.
All the facts you must digest if you're thinking to invest the remarkable sum of $1.95. Now, laddies, is everything clear?
No, but it sounds like a good deal.
Fine. Sign here. Congratulations, stockholders. That'll be a 3-cent fee.
3-cent fee?
For my time and consultation. Nothing good is ever free.
And now our money's going to work. Right, Uncle Scrooge?
Aye, laddies, you've made a handsome start. You've invested very wisely. And investing wisely is an art.
It's gotta circulate, round and around. Circulate, get off the ground. It needs a direction to journey to. If you want your money to be good to you, it's gotta circulate, come out of the woods. Stimulate, motivate, service and goods. It's no nest egg to incubate. Money's got to circulate. Money's gotta circulate.